Hello. How are you all doing? I think we have Linda James coming on just now. Mama Bear, it's nice to see you. Beverly, hello. Happy thoughts. Good to be with you. Linda James, are you with us?
I thought I was. Am I now with you, Gal?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm now. I plugged in my headphones. For some reason, that wasn't working. Okay. Thank you for starting off for us. I appreciate that. I thought I was being heard, but I wasn't. Hi, everybody. So it's the 27th of December, 2025. And this is Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And look who's here with me tonight, Matthew. Matthew, I don't know if you know this, but we've been getting greetings before the show even starts.
Oh, yes.
People are saying hi to not only me, but you as well.
How cool is that?
That's very cool. I think it's very cool. I haven't asked you how your week was. I think I'm going to ask you, how was your week?
It's been a full week. There was a friend who needed some help, who's into deep psychology, and just asked for some assistance. So it was an extra workload this week. And then, yes, I got a video out and I was experimenting with 4K, and it took something like 2 days to upload to YouTube.
I almost was going to ask you, how long did it take to upload that? Was that the last video you put out?
Yeah, the one on blood, yes.
Yes. Okay. I watched that, and it's about 2 hours long, and you kept saying, are you all still with me? Are you still with me?
I was wondering if I was still with me, you know?
I know, right? And I was just like slurping it up going, oh, this is so good. This is so good.
Thanks for that.
So I thought you held I have ADHD, okay? So you held my attention pretty well, but you know, sometimes something that takes a long time, we just take a break and come back to it later. But yeah, you had my attention the whole time. It was pretty cool.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that feedback. Thank you. Linda James, we've got a few comments coming in. Can I read out some of the greets?
Yes, please.
So just starting with Sheila, but of course we've got Fixing My Faith, who's our support network there. But Sheila, happy thoughts, is looking forward to the chat and sending love and kisses and hugs. We've got Jay Mars, who's saying welcome everybody. Hi Linda, hi Matthew. We also have in the chat Beverly, Harwood, and Mama Bear. Mama Bear's there, and Sharon saying, good day, mate.
Right.
And of course, Dallas as well is with us. So we've got, a dehydrated nurse has just chipped in. Hello.
Right on. You know what? I love it when the show starts and people are already here. People are already here. It's amazing. And it tells me that they're looking forward to it as much as I am looking forward to doing the show. And there was a time when Pete, this one gentleman, Pete, I actually called him my apostle husband. And he used to do the show with me for about a year or so. And then he got to a point where he just didn't have anything else to say. And I was by myself for a while, and I was good with that. Then you showed up out of I don't even know where, and you started joining me, and I've really enjoyed you joining me as well. It gives the flavor, you know, it gives, I like the flavor of all these different people that are doing videos regarding their experience in the organization and what they've gone through, and giving examples of what their journey was like and how they've healed, or maybe even some struggles they've dealt with, which I like to share the struggles I've dealt with, because I don't want people to feel like they screwed up again because they made a mistake or made a bad choice. I want them to just be like, You know what? If we make a bad choice, however many times we have to make that bad choice, we're just going to make it until we stop. You know, or we're also going to get the consequences too. But it's not the end of the world. So I don't mind.
Linda James,
Yes.
we have a Rachel from England, 1791, who says, "Hello, I'm from BC. I'm looking for support group. I recently went through traumatic event and need help PTSD." So I thought that was interesting that Rachel has chipped in like that. And I thought we could say hi, hello to Rachel, and glad that you're with us. We hope that you're getting some help from the legal practitioners or from the proper persons that can care for some of the deeper things. We basically just a bunch of friends that have come together just to talk freely, hey?
Yeah, what we do here, I think of it as being therapeutic, but I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychiatrist. I've lived being raised in the organization, so I can relate to people who are in the organization still and who have left, and share different techniques and tactics that have been used on us.
Yeah. So that's a good disclaimer because, yeah, we don't say that we have any kind of license or anything like that. We also say that whatever thesis is discussed here, bring in the healthy antithesis for synthesis, and always keep that healthy skeptical mindset so that we have a proper academic approach to these things. Because what invariably happens is you do get your psychologists and you get your enforcers and persons who want to make some kind of positive change. They look in on these communities. So whatever is discussed here, I think they know that this is just a bunch of recovery friends that have come together just in an informal way. Eh?
It is like that. Yes. It's, we kind of can be supportive to one another. I've noticed the chat is usually very supportive. You can get things out of the chat amongst each other. You can get things out of just listening to whoever's doing a video. When you get a chance to hear people speak about things you have experienced, it helps you to connect the dots on some of the stuff that you didn't understand about the culture of this organization. And it kind of helps you understand why things happened in such a way that they happened, when you may have been just confused ever since they've happened the way they happened. I'll tell you what, when I was growing up within this organization, being confused was a very common thing. And it wasn't until later in life that I found out that when someone is confused, that's also a technique. An intentional technique used to confuse people can actually make it easier to guide them and direct them in the manner you want them to go into. I didn't know that when I was confused. I didn't know that's what was going on with me, and maybe it wasn't, but I have found out that that's something that can be used as a technique to persuade people that are listening,
So to please do us a favor, Linda James, please can you re-emphasize that again, because I found that quite interesting, but I didn't quite absorb it.
Right. So what I'm talking about is a technique or a tactic. When I was growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, I was confused a lot. I would hear one doctrine or a teaching, yet I would hear the inconsistency usually during the same meeting or another time. And I couldn't make them both make sense. Like I couldn't reconcile the two. They kind of canceled out each other. That was confusing. In the world of 1984, which is something that was written, it's a fantasy. It's not a novel. It's a fictional story of how
George Orwell.
Yes, George Orwell with a, what is that kind of community called? It's like
Dystopian fiction.
thank you. Yes, exactly. I couldn't find the words. Thank you. So in that storyline, which is fiction, but they called that double speak. So I like you. I don't even like you. I like you. I don't even like you. These two different things. It's confusing, right? So that's something that can confuse people. There's other techniques and tactics that can be used to confuse people. And I remember getting confused a lot. And I later found out in life, in my adulthood, like within the last 10 years or so, that confusing people can actually be done on purpose, because it can help control them. It can help someone control them. Matter of fact, I think Scripture even says, who is the God of confusion? I think Scripture even says it's like Satan or the devil or something. But this organization claims to be the truth, yet I was always so confused. And I've noticed many people have been too. So what I'd like to do in this show is talk about some of the techniques and tactics that are used on us as a form of coercion, as a form of manipulation. And it's usually based in deception, yet it was presented to us as the truth. And we believed it because we were taught that what the organization distributes is actually something from God. So if we hear the elders speak of something or the governing body speak of something, circuit overseer, it's the same thing as God directing us. And even if it goes against like what our intuition says, we're inclined to obey and do that and ignore our intuition and be obedient, right? So it really does work as far as convincing people to behave in a manner that actually serves the leadership rather than serves our best interest. And
So,
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I've interjected. Sorry.
Yeah, don't lose that thought. I'm sorry to hear about the PTSD. I can relate a lot about that. Go ahead, Matt.
Sharong says, I was 5 in 1975. I felt the fear of Armageddon. And then you've got Rachel England, who's just thanking the community. Thank you. I want to feel like I'm a part of something, to belong. I'm an XJW for 5 years and trying to heal. So let's just say, Rachel England, you got our attention, and welcome on board.
Yeah, welcome. So I also think of like getting a chance to talk with other previous witnesses is like, if you've ever noticed prisoners of war, there might be a gathering for prisoners of war and people are doing barbecues and all this stuff, but you'll see these two older people, usually men, and they're sitting there in their wheelchairs talking amongst each other. And nobody else can relate to what they are talking about, but they do. And they were once held captive because they were prisoners of war, of a certain situation. They were under the authority of the government at that time. There were certain guidelines they had to go by. But I see us as being similar to prisoners of war. So when we get together and we start talking about our experiences, we can be at a coffee shop or a diner. Nobody else in the restaurant or the coffee shop's going to even identify with what we're talking about. But the two of us will, much like those two prisoners of war that would be, talking amongst yourselves. So I just think it's very helpful to have people that you can talk to who actually get it. It's very, very helpful.
Purple's come in with George Orwell, saying George Orwell wrote 1984 in 1948 as a prediction of what would happen to the world if it fell under fascist rule. So you were talking about what's a doublespeak, Linda James. So It's a language that's designed to sound moral. It's designed to sound caring or neutral, but it actually does the opposite.
Right? Yes.
Yeah. But it's got goals. It's got goals to reduce resistance, or it shifts responsibility away from the leadership. It makes harm feel like virtue. And yes, it's confusing. You were talking about confusion, but it confuses moral intuition. So that's why it's so damaging. And the lousy part there is it's used by abusers to tap into the idea of our ability to self-police. So you become your own judge, you know.
Yes.
And so that's and it works to say that a group is claiming moral authority. It's so you come in with a question. Oh, I'm confused. Guess what? That's framed as danger now.
Yes.
That's crappy. And so when you now put into a state where you go, my identity, or what is it? My sense of belonging is at stake. You go into this crisis. This is the trauma or one of the traumas that can come from it. And that's why this double speak thing that Purple's pointing towards George Orwell speaking about, that's a warning. It's not just a science fiction book. This is saying, look, this is tactics for control for the fascist thinking going on. It's rebranding punishment as love. This is loving discipline, Linda James, or Jehovah, as is named in JW culture by these weeds. I call them the weeds versus the wheat. Jehovah corrects those whom he loves. Meanwhile, when they're saying this is for your spiritual protection, they either protecting their own bad behavior, or they're trying to get the institution out of some kind of liability.
Yes. It's often, like you were talking about in Purple and myself, causing confusion can be a technique. What's interesting is if you mention to the leadership that you're confused, we know that we got confused because of what the leadership put out, right?
Yes.
But the way you're going to be treated is there's something wrong with you.
Yes.
What have you done to make yourself confused? Because it's never going to be the fault of the leadership who handed down this information, which we were trained to believe was literally Jehovah God speaking to us through the governing body, through this organization. And so then we get shame and guilt, this thing called fog, which the F stands for fear, and the O stands for obligation, and the G stands for guilt. We're in this place of fear and obligation and guilt, and it's so heavy it kind of has us disassociate. It makes it hard to function. It makes it hard for us to keep a job, stuff like that.
Linda James, we hear a few comments like Robert Gray 6101 says, another post of mine has disappeared. What gives? I take it that there is an automatic moderation that could be doing that. Is that correct?
I don't have one set up, but there's a way of going to the top of the chat and tapping on one of those things that says, if you open it up, it'll say that it gives you top comments, and then it gives you the choice of all comments. If you can hit the all comments, that should be showing your comment, unless I blocked you.
So Robert Gray, we're on to you. We can see you our side. Keep trying if you can, and we'll look into it. How about that? But there's very little that I think we can do, but we'll remain cognizant. And if you write a message and you say you're not being heard, I'll ask Linda James if I can just read it out every now and then, if that's good with you and anybody else who's affected.
Yeah, I haven't opened up the chat yet for me to look at.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah, I would think that if he was or she was blocked, you wouldn't even be able to see their comments. But I'm not sure exactly how that would. I don't know if it would be only me that wouldn't see it, or yeah, I have to learn more about that.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird because I can see Sheila's chirping, and it is coming through on the main YouTube, and it's also coming through StreamYard. But I see that like comments from Sharon 3999. I can't see it in the main YouTube. So yeah, there's something going on.
Are you under Fixing My Faith, or are you under my channel Apostobabe Linda James?
Myself, I'm reading off Apostobabe Linda James. But yeah, you're quite right to point out the other stream, eh?
Yeah, that might make a difference.
While we're looking at that, Linda James, you were talking about this conversion of pain into proof of care. You know, this thing about loving discipline, and essentially it's gaslighting, isn't it?
Right. Like you said earlier, something to the effect of loving discipline, but there's something you said before that, like you named it, what it was called, to make us think that the abuse we're receiving is actually loving discipline. I forgot what you called.
I don't know if it was Purple, but somebody was mentioning double speak, or we were talking about double speak. But look, it happens in high control situations. Like it's not just unique to Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah's Witnesses has been our experience, but I mean, we've also got some in the community who were never Jehovah's Witnesses. But yeah, we talk, you and me, we talk about our Jehovah's Witness experience because, hey, from what we've gone through in our living experience or recall, we say it's a clear case study for us because the mechanisms are widely used wherever power wants obedience without appearing coercive. Is it coercive? So when double speak is used, it's language that sounds moral, sounds caring, it sounds neutral, but it's actually opposite because it's reducing resistance, it's shifting responsibility away from leadership, and it's making harm feel like virtue. And it's a confusion. It confuses moral intuition and keeps people self-policing. So
yes.
When a group is claiming moral authority, hey, we're God's kingdom here, we're the ultimate government, any kind of questioning, if you're confused, is now framed as danger because they put you into the situation where your own identity and belonging are at stake. You've now invested, or you've cut off family, and you've got a select group of friends, or you've got a select dependency now because you've handed over all your power. And now the core doublespeak tactics is used as a form of control, rebranding punishment as love. So it comes through as, Linda James, this is loving discipline with this nice sing-songy voice. And Jehovah corrects those whom he loves. And it's for your spiritual protection. I mean, as I'm talking like this, I don't know if this triggers you. It's triggering me as I hear it coming
Today
out
I
of
can
my mouth.
laugh about it, but but yeah, it might trigger sometimes people.
Yeah.
So
Sharon,
Grey Wolf just said, did you have it set to live chat? Top chat will hide messages. That's correct. So what I did was I went to the top of my chat, and I'm on a smartphone, and where it shows that little icon that looks like it would be for settings, I opened it up, and then I saw two things, chat filter and then community moderation. So I went into chat filter, opened it up, and it gave me those two choices, top messages or all messages. So I get to see what I'm viewing is all of the messages. Usually it's automatically on top messages, which is not all of the messages. So I just now purposely put it to all messages so that I can see all the messages. Otherwise I would miss some.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. I see Mage Wolf is stepping in to try and give a little bit of guidance there in the chat. So we really appreciate that. That all helps.
Thank you.
Linda James, what are we talking about?
Different forms of coercion And you were saying that somebody, what did you say it was Sharon that was from the UK?
Yes. So
Okay.
we've got. Let me just go back in the chat and I'll find it. We've got Sharong3999 who's got the certification, but the person who came in was Rachel from England, 1791, who says, "Thank you. I just want to feel like I'm a part of something to belong. I'm an ex-JW for 5 years and trying to heal."
Yeah, I love the name Rachel, by the way. Now, on YouTube, there's a gal named Rachel Bernstein. She is a therapist here in Southern California, in the Los Angeles area. Again, her name is Rachel Bernstein. She has a podcast called Indoctrination. And the reason I'm bringing up Rachel Bernstein is because she is a licensed family therapist who specializes in cults, okay? So she'll put out podcasts where she interviews different people that were involved in different cults, where abusive, controlling relationships or systems of control. And when you listen to her podcast, her name is Rachel Bernstein. The name of her podcast is called Indoctrination. The more you'll pick up on these techniques and tactics that I like to teach about as well. And she's not only, okay, so she's like, I've lived being in this organization, and I actually went to her for a while she was my therapist for a while. I cannot recommend her enough. She's amazing. She knows her stuff. I suggest anybody tune into her podcast shows. And you'll
That's great. I put it in the chat there, Linda James. Rachel Bernstein, called Indoctrination. It's a play on the word. Eh? Indoctrination.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Sure. So yeah, Rachel and anybody else listening, there's a few other people that, that I'll recommend along the way. Like I've talked about Jenny from a channel called Life Take Two. She's a previous Mormon. Not only is she a previous Mormon, she's a previous MAGA, white nationalist or white Christian nationalist. And, so she talks about her time within the Mormon church and how she used to view things and how today she doesn't view things in that manner. And she shares how she thinks today. And like I say in all of these shows that I get to do is, if something rings true to you, great. If it doesn't, let it just fly by you. You don't have to receive it. If it makes sense, to you, then go ahead and accept it. But it's not mandatory for you to receive everything I share or what Matthew shares, or if somebody gets on here with me and joins me, their opinions. This is not one of those kind of shows, J. Mars says, in 1974, the elders wanted my dad to quit his job to attend meetings more. This is something that happens, by the way. His night job as a janitor. My parents argued and argued till my mom won. My dad didn't quit his job. Interesting.
Linda James.
Yes.
Jenny's TikTok handle is Life Take Two, but it looks like Jenny has a YouTube channel called Cults to Consciousness. Does that sound right?
That's a different person, and she's amazing too. She was a previous Mormon as well, and she has different people on her show, the same kind of thing.
Okay.
She's not a therapist.
I put her in the chat, so this is a different person, eh?
Yes, and I love watching her show too. So she's a recovering Mormon, and I see us as being like in recovery of of our time within this organization, and hearing other people's viewpoints on their experiences, we might identify with some of that, which helps us realize that, oh my goodness, so they use the same technique and tactic over there at that place. Oh my goodness, so it seems like there's a playbook.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it works in these other cultures, because that's what I see. The base word for cult is culture. This is a culture, the culture of Jehovah's Witnesses. And within the culture of Jehovah's Witnesses, our identity is very much wrapped up in being one of Jehovah's Witnesses, part of the whole. And individuality, sure, some of that can show up, but not too much. Not too much. To be sure and control people, it's best for you to find your identity within the culture of Jehovah's Witnesses. It's better for the leadership. It's not better for you as a person. It works better for the leadership.
Yeah. Sharong says, boom, there's another thing, JW, is where I grew up. Plenty of poverty as higher education is frowned on, low-paying menial jobs. Well, again, that's a control thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I don't know if you...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just recently, the organization has said that doing higher education is a conscious matter, whereas it was very much a taboo before. And it's interesting because Tony Morris III actually did a video on it. And what he did was distinguish the difference between manual, going to college like for a trade tech, as opposed to a university. So they didn't so much poo-poo on places like where you could become a mechanic or a hairdresser. This is where you're doing like labor or in the service industry. But going to university, it will open up your mind to other possibilities. Okay? And they didn't want that.
Yeah. It sounds like they're shifting agency again, so while denying responsibility. So it sounds like this: the elders don't decide, Jehovah does.
Yes,
that's what it sounds like.
It does
or it sounds like here's another one, Linda James. This is Bible based; it's not organizational. We're just following direction.
Yes, we're taught that everything they teach is Bible based. So even when they're teaching something that's not Bible-based, we automatically think whatever they're teaching is from the Bible. It's got to be.
Yeah, it's really lousy. But that change came from Japan, isn't it? Because of that, somebody tried, or somebody unalived a key political figure. And it brought in this investigation of high control. I think it was the Moonies.
Yeah, there was something associated with that. And then within the organization, there were some people that were telling the government, we used to get beat. We used to be spanked and treated in this manner and that manner. Like that was the time for the Jehovah's Witness Asians there to bring it up. It was then the government it was like they were willing to look at it. So it was really smart of the Jehovah's Witnesses to go over there and do that as well. I mean, not go over there. They were already there. They brought it up. And the person that did that shooting, he was bothered, I believe, from what I recall. He was bothered because his mother kept giving so much money to that organization. Do you recall that being the case?
Yes, I do, because it came up earlier in some of the discussions on the phone lines. I think it was Pixie that was talking about be very careful when various elders, incentivized elders, come in, because you can lose maybe your parents' family home because it gets willed to the organization. And then, of course, you're cut out, and they go, well, that's loving discipline again, because what we're doing is we're putting our trust and confidence there, and we love you. You should be putting your trust and confidence there. They'll look after you. That's why we're doing the loving thing, and we're putting it into our will and our last will and testament. So it's just a sneaky thing, because that's about following the money. That's what it's all about. It's just essentially robbing you of a means to survive. That's another crappy thing. So it moralizes obedience again, and it sounds like, oh, humble one's wait on Jehovah, or you put trust in Jehovah because everything belongs to him. So as long as you do what you're supposed to, and you don't have independent thinking, that's danger. We're just showing you love by putting our assets to the faithful and discreet slave. And if you trust the faithful and discreet slave, well, then things will be fine. But all that's doing is it's turning critical thought into moral failure. It's reframing compliance as the virtue, and it infantilizes adults, and it takes away your means of support. You don't have a way to look after yourself.
Exactly. And that's exactly what she was bringing up. So following the directions made it, not everybody, okay, but many people followed the directions and did not plan for the future. And like John was talking about his father being a janitor. There are some places where being a janitor or a custodian, janitor kind of thing is like, you get, especially if you do it for a school, okay? There's different kinds of places. You can be an independent janitor, which many Jehovah's Witnesses are. They have their own business, and which works out well because they can make it to all the meetings. They can make it to every assembly, and that's great. But there's other areas where you can like work for a school system or something, and you'll get a pension later, 401k, like these insurance for your family. So people, the kids on campus get to know the janitor or the custodian. And of all the people on campus, the custodian janitor person is always the coolest dude there. He's always the coolest dude there. He sees everything that's happening, and he's the one that has access to the basketballs or the, different stuff that the kids need. And he's there to open up the gate for it, Well,
it's interesting that you say that, because they wrote a character called Boothby into Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek. Now, Boothby was the groundskeeper, but they're going, anybody who went to Starfleet Academy, they said, well, make contact with Boothby, because Boothby's going to teach you a few good life lessons,
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember being... So I was like in the 3rd or 4th grade, and I always wanted to play kickball, but no girls ever played kickball. Only the boys played kickball, which is basically a baseball, diamond. And instead of having a baseball bat and a ball, you'd roll the ball to the person and they would kick it as far as you could kick it. That's kickball. So every time I would go out there and get in line to play kickball, they'd pick their teams and leave me just standing there at the gate. Nobody picked me because I'm a girl, right? So I would run to the yard duty teacher. They're not letting me play. And she would come over and say, you got to let her play. And, it was like I always had somebody to go to. These are important people. So somebody had to take me on their team, and I got to play kickball with everybody. Years later, when I became an adult, I was going to somebody's anniversary party, and my yard duty teacher was there. I couldn't believe it. It was so funny to see her there. And I thanked her for all those times that she made it to where they had to let me play. I was quite the tomboy in school.
Linda James, we've got A good interchange between Shirong 3999 and Happy Thoughts. Shirong 3999 was saying, any atheists are more spiritual than I've ever been without force. That is an incredibly empowering statement. And then Happy Thoughts, it chips in, the governing body equals Jehovah, so it's difficult to separate the two. That's the design, that's the that's the abusive side that justifies everything. J Mars is going, yeah, thumbs up. And then Happy Thought says, me too, Shirong, spiritual is not the same as religious, it's a higher concept. And then Shirong 3999 says, shaky subject, okay. If you don't want to talk about it, I was done hearing of the prolific extent of big C, capital A.
Yeah.
And then Mage Wolf, I hope you kicked some.
If there was any atheists here.
Backside.
Yeah. Do we have any atheists in the house? It's a good question.
In the house. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So you were talking about doublespeak there, Linda James, and I found that very interesting because that's the control. It's redefining harm as consequence, and they say things like, what is it? It sounds like, oh, they chose to leave. That's one. Meanwhile, they pushed you out. Oh no, you're free to leave. You're free to leave. No, you did this. You did that. You pushed me out. You made it impossible. But they frame it as, no, it was your choice. Garbage. Nonsense. That's lies. That's a lie. So they'll say that shunning is a personal decision. This person chose not to be with the group, or they separated themselves. So that's a gaslighting thing again. So it's blaming the victim for predictable outcomes, and it's hiding the coercion behind choice. And courts fall for it.
Yes.
Because what this is all about is it's absolving the abuser or the system of the actual harm. Because if you suffer, it's your fault.
Mm-hmm. And the cult members of many different groups will convince the courts, you don't want to listen to previous followers. They're disgruntled, and they're bitter. And they convince the court system that we're not going to give an accurate viewpoint because we have this frame of mind that they're claiming we have. Sure, sometimes we are disgruntled, sometimes we are in this other place that they'll say. But for the most part, when I've seen people go and testify, they're testifying their own experience. I can't testify for what happened to you, or it's us giving our own experience and how certain doctrines affected us.
Yes.
The doctrines close us in to not have many choices. And when we leave the organization, there's a tough time leaving, but then there's more choices we find out about that we had no clue about when we were still inside, like this bubble. Or you might hear me say sometimes you grow up under a rock. I heard somebody say on 6 Screens earlier today, which is run by Rick Farron, that Jehovah's Witnesses are like mushrooms. They grow in dark places. And it's like,
okay,
that's much like growing up under a rock. It's like, really isolated. So I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
But I don't like it when people name call Jehovah's Witnesses or call them stupid or anything, because deceived is much different than stupid.
I think of Jennifer Tansky. I'm going to name her. Jennifer Tansky was one of the organization doctors. Brilliant. She was trained in Canada. Brilliant mind. So now, are we talking about a foolish person? She was a healer. She earned her doctorate. And then then she goes, I'm going to use this doctorate to serve the organization. That's what she did.
Yeah.
So can you say that's a stupid person? It's stupid? No, not at all. I mean, brilliant person. But you were talking about name calling. Mm-hmm. I think I say the weeds because you've got the biblical account of the wheat and the wheat and the weeds, and I use that because I know that there's pioneers, there's persons who are connected to me who go, oh, Matt, we're not letting you just fade out. We still keep you, or in our minds, we see you as a JW, or we see you as an active JW, or we include you on Bible studies and things like this. And I go, okay, well, this is a weird situation. Fine. What shall be, shall be. I'm just going to try and flow with the organic way of doing things. I'm not going to deliberately remove myself, or I'm just going to go with what you've done. Okay, so if somebody says, oh, you removed from, in my eyes, I go, well, okay, well, that's from your perspective. Okay, mm-hmm. I'm still me, and you can say, well, Matt, you're playing a game here. Yeah, in a way, I am, but it's by trying to avoid these traps that are set there and saying, I'm not going to play into your control system. That's what it's all about. And I think you were talking about earlier on. Some may say, oh, Matt, we're very concerned with the fact that you're still a JW and have the knowledge that you have. It makes you guilty and it makes you complicit with the abusers. And I go, let me tell you something. I was out of the abuse thing years ago, the first time I came across it. So if that disqualified me as a JW, well, but the thing is, it's a very sneaky thing, because you've got that abusive side that's hiding behind sweet grandma, mm-hmm. or sweet Auntie Sophie here, who is as innocent as they come and wouldn't harm a fly, right? And is a genuinely good person. That's what it is. So I thought the way to deal with it, and it's only my opinion, is I go, okay, well, let's choose something from within the system. We've got the wheat and the weeds. So I go, okay, that suits, because somebody who's a genuine Jehovah's Witness or hasn't made the mental connection yet as to what's actually going on, or hasn't necessarily experienced the dark side, I go, may you never experience it. I'm not going to necessarily introduce you to that. And I think it was Maverick that was talking about it. Says, I don't necessarily go around waking people up. I can't remember who it was, but there was somebody saying, I don't go around necessarily waking people up. It's kind of got to find you, or you've got to find it. Right? And that's kind of like a less cruel way, or it's trying to say, well, I'm more ethical in the approach. But while this is all happening, the abusers use these euphemisms. They say, instead of expulsion, they'll use disfellowshipping, or now removal. It sounds nicer in a way. Or they say an elders committee instead of what it actually is, tribunal.
Yes. And we call it here in the States, judicial committee. Yeah. You're going to be judged. You're going to be, if there's more than 3 men, or 3 men or more, expect to be getting judged.
Yes. Yeah. And we did our best, Linda James, to adjust the person. Meanwhile, it was punishment.
Yes.
Oh, it was punishment.
To adjust the person. Yeah. Elders are, am I right on this, that elders are encouraged to adjust? That terminology, what would that mean if you're encouraged to adjust?
It means break your legs and break your arms, as opposed to sort of minor chiropractic work. Yeah.
Wow. And isn't there like a story about Jesus breaking the legs of a lamb? Oh,
yeah, he wouldn't extinguish a smoldering flaxen wick, or break the broken broken reed. That was that personality. In other words, he was there to restore. So the prostitute who comes in and there's this demonstration of breaking nard and weeping with tears and then drying it off with her hair, and then the Pharisees going, if he's a prophet, he would know what kind of person this is. And he's going, hey, wait. You think I came here just to attend to the well? No, I came to attend to the sick here. And I'm a restorationist. I'm not just there to go and blast people to pieces.
Yeah.
Kelly Blake has written in. Can I read that, Linda James?
Sure.
Kelly Blake says, so here in New Zealand, Jehovah's Witnesses are becoming invisible. There is no street preaching. They have their carts in our biggest city, Auckland. I think there is an embarrassment factor, Kelly Blake. I think what's happening is there's more and more exposure. I know here on the peninsula, we've got some fracture going on. I know we've got fracture going on because I had an elder visit recently with a gift, and they go, I think it's really terrible how your situation was handled.
Interesting.
So I think there is an embarrassment, and if they don't, well, there's evidence. There's evidence that's built up, and it's going, no, you went wrong when you falsified records. You went wrong when you encouraged the congregation to abuse the vulnerable. That's where you went wrong. And then the congregation actually did it in front of everybody. Now what? We can see this, but your only weapon now is to silence people through fear.
Yes. The silencing is a big deal. And you were talking the weeds and the wheat. I see that very similar to the goat and the sheep. The goats and the sheep. It's more like symbolically, it's a metaphor kind of thing. I don't see that as name calling, but I have noticed, especially within politics, if somebody calls you a sheep, this is not a compliment. It means you just follow along whatever you heard without any question. But within the organization, being a sheep is, follow, obey, and be blessed. And that means you're a good Jehovah's Witness. It means you're taking direction from God himself,
Well, I heard in politics, what's it, Wicked Hillary. Wicked Hillary. Yes. We're going to drain the swamp. Okay, I'm getting into trouble here, but you hear this.
It's a really good point. I'm not taking sides, but because the term wicked got put above her name, and then lock her up was a chant to say. So when people think of Hillary, they think of Wicked Hillary, and they think lock her up, meaning she deserves to be in jail. So when he has attached, and I'm talking about our President Trump here in the United States, when he attaches these extra names to their names or labels, it makes it to where you remember them in a certain manner. Okay? Yeah.
J. Mars is bringing balance to the force. It says crooked Hillary or crooked Trump. So it could apply to either side, eh?
Yeah.
I think that so what J. Mars is doing is just going, well, let's balance the discussion.
Yeah.
It's being used by what's at each side of the party or the various parties, or left or right or red and blue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sharong comes in. It grates me how unqualified men give marriage counseling and decide what happens to those who hurt children. Just move them along with no regard for kids in the next Congo X. Yeah, okay. I know what happened with circuit overseers, because they do this personal qualifications report, which is like a psychometric evaluation. And so the circuit overseer that they've got an eye on, or a person for the circuit overseer role, must never exceed the intelligence of the branch committee. That's one of the requirements. It must not exceed the intelligence of the branch committee.
Meaning they can't be smarter than the branch committee or know
Correct.
More? Okay. Wow, yeah. Interesting.
So they want a dumbed down person. So when Sharong says unqualified men, yeah. So as soon as you've got persons who, so it's better to have somebody, and yeah, I don't want to be disparaging about certain areas, but they say in Africa somebody fresh out of the bush. Now bear in mind, you can have highly intelligent people coming from the bush who know subsistence agriculture, they're survivors. But usually when they say out of the bush, they mean somebody in a disparaging way. In other words, he's green, he doesn't know what he's doing. And they say, oh, they would rather have somebody fresh out of the bush as an elder. Why? Because they're malleable, and they say obedience above intelligence.
Yes. And this is very common. Men will often, especially middle-aged men, will want younger wives, early 20s or, 17, 18, 19, with the intention of being able to affect the way that they think. They will be able to influence the way that they think. And this person just doesn't have as much wisdom as this other one that's older. They might have done better at school. They might even be an excellent student and know more things academically than this person, but this person actually has more wisdom than the younger one, that happens within the organization or outside of the organization. But that's what it reminded me of when you said that. And I think that elders, I don't think that all elders are like evil people or whatever. I just think that, because I know that people, I can remember being a child in the organization and seeing people that took that position seriously, and they had a mindset of actually being a servant to the congregation, and they cared. They literally, I knew that it didn't matter how old I was. I could tell authentic caring and a fake caring. You know what I'm saying? I could tell these things, and then sometimes there's people that will have a position, given a position, and it just feeds into their ego,
Yeah. So you've also got these language traps as well. Are you struggling with faith? That's one. Or do you have doubts? Or are you spiritually weak right now? So what that does is it forces complex concerns into preloaded categories. So that, it's very easy to put words into people's mouths. It turns disagreements into pathology, essentially. And it frames the leadership as helpers, not enforcers. It's very clever. And you say, well, has anybody actually attended that class? Well, it's cultural. It's learned through your social interactions. And so this is what leads on to weaponizing unity, because what it sounds like we've got to maintain unity at all costs, or Jehovah hates divisiveness, or this could stumble others. But what it's really doing is it's making truth secondary to harmony, and it's pressuring that silence, and it turns whistleblowers into villains again. It's institutional protection.
But is unity actually uniformity?
Ooh, well said. Well said.
And when I think of the term harmony, to remain in harmony, if you think about it, when you hear a barbershop quartet, these are four people singing different tunes that actually harmonize together. They're not all singing the same. They're not all sopranos. So there's sopranos and altos and, basses and whatever. I forget the second. There's these different categories, and they sing different notes. All four of them are singing different. This is harmony, four-part harmony. Okay. So the impression I've always gotten from the organization is harmony means you're all singing the same note at the same time, when in actuality, I was in choir and I was taught to sing a different note than the sopranos and the altos, So yeah.
We got some good comments here. Linda James, Chris KJV says, at Kelly, I was led to look at the history of the JWs and everything about the watchtower crumbled. Yeah, isn't that interesting, eh? And then it says, we were told never to look after anything not published by the organization. Now I know why. But here's the interesting thing, Linda James. You go and you present the same information to, say, for instance, research department, like like that blood thing the other day, where you had the sister from Spain, Elena, who says, "Oh, I wouldn't give blood. I told them I don't take blood, but I wouldn't give it." If you go to research department and you say, by the way, you instructed Jehovah's Witnesses not to give blood, do you know what they say? They say, no, we didn't instruct them. You say, but it's here in the watchtower. They said, that's Eleanor's experience that we published.
Wow. That's huge.
Yeah. This is what you, but persons they don't experience this, because how many interact with research department, how many interact with writing department? They don't know this. And here's another one. Let's say, for instance, you read statistically. I'm going to imagine something here, so don't quote it. I'm going to imagine. Say, for instance, the Awake magazine says, oh, statistically, persons who take a blood transfusion end up with complications. And I'm not saying that, right? I'm not saying that was printed, but let's imagine that was in an Awake magazine.
Yes.
And so now you say, oh, but I did my research, and you go to the research department, you say, here it is in the Awake. Do you know what they say? They say, that's not spiritual information. That's an Awake magazine that's reporting a certain statistic. We're not putting that as gospel. Why should you? As soon as it's something that's not in their favor, that's what happens. They say, "Oh, that's not a spiritual comment," and they'll even do that with the watchtower. They say, "What was the watchtower quoting a Bible?" No. He said, "Well, it's just making a comment. That's all it is. We're not instructing anybody. If you've taken that information as an instruction, that's on you."
My goodness, you're right.
I have a recording. I have a recording of research department saying that to me.
Wow.
I sat there. I was like, wow. I said, because I
can picture smoke flying out of your ears. You're like a cartoon. Like you're just going, I'm not going to say a word. I'm just going to keep listening.
And you know what happens next is they say, can we close this discussion with a word of prayer, please? And you go, you've never prayed in these meetings for years. And now suddenly, because you want to control the situation, now we want to end with a word of prayer.
Wow.
Is smoke coming out of your ears?
Yes, because I'm picturing the prayer. I'm picturing the prayer being very, very like, help, almost saying the word. It's like a continuation of preaching or a continuation of giving guidance to the person that's there, rather than a real conversation amongst yourself and God. I picture that.
I've got a love-hate thing for these experiences I've gone through. I hate that I've gone through these experiences, but I love them. Yeah. Because it's blown the lid on the whole thing. Because these are things that persons never experience on a one-to-one.
Correct.
Rick Barham with that assembly, this Still Alive in 25. They wove it in. I want a DVD of that whole assembly. I want them to make a DVD of that, because it actually has experiences of persons who went to governing body with all of their researched information, and then what happened. And then I go, but that's what happened to me over here. And so you can now correlate with these experiences. And so for persons who go, oh, this would never happen, you've now got correlating experiences that are saying, no. It's not how it works.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when I first left, there was no internet. There was nothing like this for me to interact with somebody from another country, to hear confirmation of things that happen here, that happen there. All I got was, and I was very thankful for it, I got a newsletter from Randall Waters, okay? And there was a few other sporadic people that had ministries for previous Jehovah's Witnesses. But today, and we were taught, at that time that that's just a bad apple, that, it doesn't happen very much in all these other congregations. But because of the internet, we're getting to find out that no, it's not necessarily a bad apple. It's happened too many times for it to be just the explanation we received. It's looking intentional. It's looking intentional. So, yeah.
I'm just responding to Chris. They destroyed their own literature. I'll tell you what I've done. Because Chris says the Watchtower publications seem to have all the answers. Yeah. Okay. So they frame it as, yes, we've got the answers to everything. But I found what Chris is saying there very, very interesting, because what have they done with Watchtower libraries and things like that? They've sought to destroy their own literature or say that that's old light. So actually, when you do read those publications, which is what you're supposed to do, and that's what I devoted myself to doing. I mean, I was plowing through a Watchtower when there was solid information. It would take me about an hour, 20 minutes to plow through that thing. And I'm going, oh, I've got to try and learn this, and really devote. What it does is it exposes that system. So Chris, yes, in a way, Watchtower does have all the answers, because when you read through the double lines, it exposes, as you say, Linda James, that double speak. It shows how they're using this language to effectively control the narrative so that it appears ethical, that it has this familiar moral languages and keeping hands clean, and it is moving coercion inside the person. That's what it's doing. That's the most powerful control system that doesn't need force, because it's teaching persons to discipline themselves. And that's how doublespeak is operating. That's your 1984. That's your as Purple says, fascist, your fascist control. Oh, here's another one, Linda James. You're not hurt. You're misunderstanding.
Oh, yes. Of course I did.
Yeah. Why do you laugh at that? Because you've heard it before. Oh, here's another one. Oh, yeah. You're not questioning. You're weak. You're just spiritually weak. We need to build you up spiritually. That's why you're questioning. Or you aren't harmed here. This isn't harm. It's discipline.
That's right. And Jehovah disciplines those he loves, right?
He scourges the son he loves. The son. You didn't leave. You chose to be isolated. The scriptures say you shouldn't isolate yourself. You've done this.
Isn't that interesting? I didn't know that. Scripture literally says not to isolate. There is a scripture that says that?
Yeah, I'll find it for you now. The one who isolates himself is seeking his own selfish longing.
Oh, that's interesting.
The one isolating himself seeks his own selfish longing. I can't recall it, so I'm going to get the computer to do it.
Sure, yeah.
Proverbs 18:1.
Proverbs 18:1, okay. Okay.
Proverbs 18:1.
And see, wow. Proverbs 18:1. I'm going to take that and run with it and come up with something later, because my mind is going, it's ricocheting. I wanted to bring up, there used to be this channel called Jane Doe, or the wife of a pre-elder or something to that effect. The channel's no longer there, but what she did was she would point out a lot of what articles would say, and like watchtowers and stuff, and she would point out these words that the organization would use, such as probably or evidently. Okay, so before teachings or before doctrines, it would have these qualifying words that would make it to where they can deny it. You know, it seems as though, so she would point these out all the time, all the time, all the time. And I want you guys to, you know, if you're in literature, I'm not telling you to go run to it, but see if you notice those things, that as you're reading an article, you'll hear terminology like evidently or probably, it seems as though, obviously. So, yeah. When she had her channel, bring that up.
Words.
Yes. Yes. So it might not have been the way that they said it, you know?
Yeah, listen, I put the Proverbs 18:1 in the chat. I'm not necessarily, because somebody said, oh, didn't who was it? Jay Mars? Jay Mars says, didn't the organization encourage JWs not to to isolate themselves from the world?
We were taught to self-isolate, but we didn't know we were I believe we didn't know. I'm giving you a weasel word right now. Instead of talking for you and everybody else and the Lord, I'm saying I believe that that we self-isolated without knowing we were doing something that wasn't unhealthy, because we had the brothers and sisters. So we did have some association. So we didn't realize how socially isolated we were.
My jaw's hurting.
Right? That's too many.
Yeah, it's spinning out. Oh, Linda James, here's an antidote. Are you ready for this one? Here's, because it's not just all doom here on the channel, right? There's also an antidote.
Let me just mention real quick before you say this. It was at 1 hour and 11 that you put in the scripture. So if anybody wants to come back to the scripture, it was at the point of 1 hour and 11, which, never mind. That was all I wanted to say. Please.
Oh, well, that's a cool marker. I like that. Thank you very much, Linda James. So here's the antidote. Are you ready for this one?
Yes.
Let's see what. Oh, there's a lot happening in the comments. I'm struggling to keep up. I got to confess, I am struggling here. But here's the antidote. You don't need counter arguments at first. You need translation. So ask silently. Okay. What action is this word hiding? Who benefits if I accept this framing? And would this language hold up in a neutral setting? And when I say a neutral setting, if they've taken you into a back room and you say, I would like to have a witness with me, which is my Matthew 18 right, and they say no, you've got a red flag.
Yes.
Or I am going to record this today. No, you're not permitted to record this. They say, well, I'll write you that this is only for my use and for one witness, which the scriptures permit. I'm allowed 1 or 2 witnesses, which is Matthew 18. I will put here an agreement. I will put a contract and an agreement that I will only go according to the scriptural rights here. So this recording, if it is now outside or misused outside of the scriptural direction of Matthew 18, then I agree. But if this is my own personal notes, which you cannot deny me to have, because I am allowed to take personal notes, because what you are saying is important, and I don't want to forget. I forget. So I need personal notes. If what you are saying to me in this back room is so important, I don't want to forget. I want to make sure I follow through on the discipline, right?
Right.
No, you can't have notes. Well, then I'm going to forget it. So why are you even bothering to spend the time with me?
Right.
It's fine, because you know this knocks it out of the park.
I'm one of those that if you give me 3 different directions, okay, do this and then this and then this. After the third one, my eyes just glaze over and I don't receive anything more. So I have to take notes.
Yeah.
Totally relate to this, you know?
Yes. But then they say, if you've got a recording, and you say, okay, I'm not going to record this. I'm going to write notes. How about that? I'm going to transcribe it. You say, oh, you don't want a recording device? I'm going to transcribe it. So just hold on. Let me take my time here. What did you just say? Can I read it back to you?
I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. Yes. Oh my
And
God,
I'm going to send you a memo of this, and you're going to have an opportunity just to correct it so that I know that we've got it right. Now I've got a written record. Oh, gee, it's just accumulating now. Because and then they say, oh, no, that's not our policy. You say, tell me, when did you last receive a letter from the organization? If it's not our policy. And was Jehovah God wasting his time with the Bible, which is a letter from a loving creator? Because I haven't heard a voice from heaven saying, oh, hello, Matthew Gray. I'm Jehovah God, Almighty Sovereign of the universe. I got a letter from him.
Right? Yes.
So are we talking about the greatest superlative example? But now you're telling me I can't follow that example? Who are you? Are you now above Jehovah? No, you just reverse polarity over this. They're going to sit there and they're going to hate it. They're going to sit there. Well, like a circle overseer says to me, he says, no, you're correct, Matt, but they're going to hate your guts. This is why.
God, yes. Oh, yes. It's yeah, you can have questions, but you can't question the answers they're giving you.
Yeah.
That's the problem. When you question the answers that are given to you after you've asked a question. I always question the answers because it still didn't make sense. So, yeah.
So is this reclaiming our power?
So in Proverbs 31, it talks about a woman that would be like the best kind of woman you can have as a wife. This person never existed, but it's an illustration of what she would be like. And when talking about her, it speaks of her as her husband was at the gates. Okay? The gates was a place where the courts were. Okay?
Yeah.
If somebody goes to court, for the most part, I can show up and see what's going on. Okay?
Yeah.
And they were public court things going on then as well. But within this organization, it's not public.
That's right. And the interesting thing is the Bible has an account where there was a judicial system or a tribunal that happened towards Jesus Christ.
That was public, wasn't it?
Well, it was at night and they closed the doors. That's when it went wrong, when they put him to death.
Different part when he washed his hands. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So now that's part of it, but they'd already handed over to the Roman system and said, listen, we want him executed. And that's when they freed Barabbas for sedition. He was a seditionist. They freed him. And Barabbas represents your Roman system. But your rabbi Jesus, they killed the Jewish system. So they installed that's why we're under a Roman system. Bar Rabbas. You come into a court, you approach the bar.
Oh, yes.
Bar Rabbas. And they're the rabbis with black clothing. They're the rabbis now because they are the Roman system that's superseded when they put to death the Jew rabbi, Jesus, and released the Roman rabbi, Barabbas. That's what happened. This is all play on language.
Yeah. You're reminding me of Jordan Maxwell. Are you familiar with who Jordan Maxwell is?
Yes, I am familiar with Jordan Maxwell.
He does exactly what you just did. Starts talking away about how things went, mentions each word and how it correlates with something else that is adjacent to what he's talking about. And it always makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I'm associated with an organization who interview people. And so they interviewed somebody I know who interviewed Jordan Maxwell. That's how I came across Jordan Maxwell. I came across Jordan Maxwell through psychologists.
He was once a Jehovah's Witness.
Huh.
Right?
Did Jordan Maxwell have ties to Manly P. Hall?
Oh, I don't know.
I bet he did, because again, the same organization that I'm connected with, or that help with in the psychology side, I came across Ronnie Pontiac, and Ronnie Pontiac was married to that's a stage name, Ronnie Pontiac, and he was married by Manly P. Hall. And Manly P. Hall was given 33rd degree Freemasonry status, though Manly P. Hall wasn't part of Freemasonry. But because of his knowledge, the Freemasons said, we give you 33 degree status because of your knowledge.
That's kind of like an honorary
Correct,
status?
yeah.
Wow.
And so I believe that, again, this is my opinion, maybe somebody that's a boffin there can check this, but I believe that Jordan knew of that through Manly P. Hall. I think that's your connection.
Is Jordan Maxwell related to P. Hall?
No, I think I think there was a relationship between Jordan Maxwell and Manly P. Hall. Manly P. Hall, was it the Philosophical Society that was set up? Oh, I'm stuck on my history. I have to go to the computer. But I think that is your connection.
Okay.
So yeah, he would know the play on language. But then I can go back to the psychologists, and I would be able to see who has studied the language and seen how you can. What is it? English language is the language of angels, but it's also the language of angles. You can reverse things. Like what's God backwards is dog, and then you realize, well, that's Egyptian Anubis. Somebody was talking about horses earlier, but horses, is there a connection between horses and Horus? And is there a connection between Horus and ours? Purple, Freemasons are a myth. My uncle was a bricklayer. They all demand union wage. Okay. Chris says, has anyone seen the Apostasy movie about JW? Very powerful and totally.
One of my favorite all-time movies. I've seen it, and it is on Amazon Prime for free. If you have Amazon Prime, please watch the movie Apostasy. It is excellent. So Jordan Maxwell used to be a Jehovah's Witness, and I don't know what all he did after that, but he's given a few testimonies of what it was like when he actually, was involved with the organization and stuff. So when I looked it up, there's one Reddit place that says, is anyone familiar with Manly P. Hall or Jordan? And I believe it's going to be Jordan Maxwell. So what is Jordan? Then this says, what is Jordan Maxwell's real name? Jordan Maxwell's real name was Russell Joseph Pine. Oh, that's interesting. An American researcher. Who is Manly P. Hall? His name was Manly Palmer Hall, author of the landmark publication The Secret Teachings of All Ages, regarded as the best introduction to Western esoteric ideas, and the founder of the Philosophical Research Society.
There we go.
Houses one of the biggest occult libraries in the United States. And
there we go.
Masters of Mysteries, The Life of Manly Palmer Hall. So there's a book involved here.
So is my computer brain kind of okay?
Is your computer brain? Yes, it is. Pretty darn well, actually. Was Manly P. Hall a Freemason? On the 28th of June, 1954, Hall was initiated as a Freemason into Jewel Lodge number 374, San Francisco. Not the United Lodge. Passed 20 September 1954. Raised
Okay.
22 November 1954. He took the Scottish Rite degrees
Okay.
a year later.
Where did you find this?
I just Googled it.
Oh, you Google it. Okay. Oh, well, thanks very much for that. That gives some street cred now.
It does. Yes, it does. Oh my goodness.
Oh, well, thanks very much for that. Yeah, so that's interesting. So, what was the last
No,
part that you read out there?
I'm going
Linda
to
Jones?
mention something in Wikipedia, which, yes, I know it's not always accurate. Different people do editing in it, but not anybody off the street can do editing on it. Okay.
Yeah.
It starts off saying Jordan Maxwell, born Russell Joseph Pine, 28th of December, 1940, died the 23rd of March, 2022. So we've recently lost him. He was an American researcher and lecturer known for promoting theories about hidden religious symbols, secret societies, and conspiratorial, I don't even think I'm saying that right, conspiratorial world control. Maxwell was active for over 5 decades as a speaker author. I thought I saw something with Hall. That's why I went to this. And now I don't see it. Maybe it's right here.
Okay, so my connection to Manly P. Hall is through Ronnie Pontiac.
Okay.
And then Manly P. Hall, yeah, that's the connection to oh gosh, Jordan Maxwell Pine, hey?
What I do like about Wikipedia, and I know it's not everybody's first choice, but the stuff that they'll say in the Wikipedia article, if it has a number next to it, you'll see down at the bottom the confirmation of where that information came from. So you can research it and decide whether you're going to believe it or not, you know?
Yeah. So Manly P. Hall, he founded the Philosophical Research Society in 1934. He was the first president until his death in 1990.
Wow.
Yeah. And where do we get to, and philosophical? Well, that's Sophie. That's your feminine archetype.
Wisdom personified.
Yes. Do you remember we were talking with, who was it? Was it Zachary earlier? And Zachary had a dream of the woman reading from east to west. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I said that was reading. So that was the wisdom that, and as a typical dream archetype, and that you could safely label in Jungian terms. That's Sophia.
That's what's fun about this show. We go from one thing to another, and we go kind of way out to the left or the right because we just flow that way, and then we just kind of come back in.
Okay, we were talking about doublespeak, right? But
there's another thing called learned helplessness. Are you familiar with learned helplessness?
Yes. Please, Mr. Overseer, am I allowed to go to the toilet? To the bathroom? You know, I saw this happen with a key researcher who's been a Watchtower writer, Linda James, since 1980. Going to the overseer, please, can I be excused to go to the bathroom? No, this is not good. This is terrible. But then that's being taught institutionally since you went to school. Why? You needed a hall pass to go and use the bathroom, right?
That's right. That's right.
So what's the school all about? Well, it's an episode of Rick and Morty. I think there's a cartoon. I'm not endorsing Rick and Morty, but Rick comes on and tells Morty, he says, school's not for smart people, Morty. It's not for smart people. Because the grandfather, Rick, is telling Morty he's got some kind of adventure that he's going to take Morty on. It's over caricaturized. It's kind of gross in its humor. It's got a dark humor, but the grandfather wants the grandson always to accompany him on his missions and his escapades. And it turns out Morty's not going to school. But the way that the grandfather justifies it is he tells the kid, he says, it's not for smart people. I'm doing you a favor.
He's being...
Yeah, anyway.
It's yeah, that's amazing.
It turns out Elon Musk watches that program. So anyway, like I say, I'm not endorsing it.
Right. It's kind of cool what you're bringing up, though. Kind of almost a rite of passage kind of thing that a younger person would only learn from an older person who's willing to take a younger one on, to teach them experientially, a kind of wisdom that will stick with them for life.
Sure.
Whereas school is academically, and there's a place for that too. So it sounds like Grandpa was saying this is what's more valuable, rather than these other things.
Yeah.
So learned helplessness, from what I've gathered from my research, is that if you can imagine a baby elephant who has a rope on their back leg that gets hammered into the ground, and the baby elephant tries to move so far, but it can only go so far. And as it grows up and grows up and grows up, they've tried a few more times to go further, but they still can't. And then as the elephant becomes an adult, they don't bother even yanking on the rope to go further.
Right.
That's something they learned. That's something this big grown elephant learned a long time ago when it was a baby elephant. So they don't bother trying when they actually have what it takes, the strength to actually pull on the rope, and it would probably come out of the ground and they would be able to walk away and have more freedom of movement. But because they learned it before and it didn't work, they figure it's not going to work as they're an adult. Okay? So when we have learned things that hold us up within the organization and we leave, sometimes we still have that mindset of these are not possibilities, because within the organization we were held up to where we thought that certain things are not possible. Right. But when we leave, if we just don't bother because we've been convinced it's not a possibility, or we can try again and we might be able to do it, or we might try to do it and be all floppy and stuff and kind of fail.
Well, yeah.
And maybe try it again and again. So there's more possibilities than we even realize about.
So Linda James, it does go hand in glove with the double speak, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe so.
Well, if I connect this correctly, and correct me where I'm wrong, planned helplessness, right?
Learned helpless. Did you say planned?
It's a deliberate system design in which people are trained over time. So I mentioned school. I mentioned the Rick and Morty thing. But with that double speak, it's designed so that you doubt your own judgment. So that's planned helplessness. Do I need to go to the bathroom? I'm going to ask my teacher, please, can I go to the bathroom? Why? Because there's a biological signal going on. When you deny it, isn't this where you get IBS from?
Yeah.
Persons don't even know how to go to the bathroom properly because they're not responding according to nature. So that rots their guts. It rots their guts. Because now you're saying to the teacher, I have a feeling I need to go to the bathroom. But I need your permission. Can you validate my feeling?
It
That's
infantiles
crazy.
them.
Yeah. So you go to somebody like Jung and he says to you, well, you haven't even developed your bathroom habits properly. You've been deferring your decisions to authority. You've got fear acting upon things because you need permission. And you believe that you cannot cope outside of the system. You need to go and consult your teacher. You're not able to use autonomy. You've lost sovereignty. It's not about one rule or one moment. It's about conditioning. That's your planned helplessness. Person can't even go to the bathroom. So it even enters into intimacy. I need to go and get permission about intimacy. Who can I date and who can't I date? And I need a chaperone because I can't trust myself. That's how it works step by step, because your capability is quietly undermined. People are told, well, you can't trust your own heart. Human reasoning is flawed and independent thinking is dangerous. Well, there's your gaslighting. There's your communication that's coming through, creating your planned helplessness. And your confidence erodes. You haven't got confidence.
Exactly. You know, in a school setting, we have a teacher that's in charge of, maybe 12 to 30 students. And the one that needs to go potty, if they just get up and walk out the door, the teacher doesn't know why this kid's walking out the door. So requesting permission is a smart thing as a child, okay? But as this child grows up and becomes an adult and starts hanging out with maybe 8 of their friends, their peers that are like the same age as them, they're not under a classroom setting, and they look at their buddy and say, can I use the restroom? That's learned helplessness, to think that they still have to get permission from somebody to go use the potty. If you're out hanging out with other peers, you see somebody get up and leave, you're pretty sure they'll be back.
Well, I've got an apology. I didn't mean us to get into toilet talk and to potty talk, but somewhere along the line, that is part of our development. A baby is helpless in a nappy. That's your helplessness. I've got to go and suck on the boob. That's the helplessness. I'm looking up at my mom's eyes, and there's well, that's the natural development, but you don't stay that way. That's infantilization.
Yes,
which is
we don't stay there.
Yeah. So that is the planned helplessness, because they said, no, we will guide you. World's a dangerous place. Just follow the direction. Wait on Jehovah. Wait on leadership. Oversight knows best. Christ has put the things in oversight's hands. So what's the result? Relief is attached to obedience. That's what's happened. Obedience, that's the big circumvention. That's why you can have the person who comes from very limited educational means, who is the next circuit overseer. He ticks all the boxes. He's not going to threaten branch committee. Why? Because he's obedient. Tell me, Mr. Circuit Overseer, how does this work? Just hold on. Phones up his hotline. I promise you, Branch has got hotlines for the Circuit Overseer. When he's on his phone, it's because he doesn't know. He's checking in. And they go, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Did you know that a Circuit Overseer has a specific hotline for that?
No. Not at all.
During the day, during working hours, he is connected to the branch think tank.
So he's checking in with Mother Org, isn't he?
Correct.
Mother Org and Father Jehovah. And we are brothers and sisters, aren't we? So we're still children, aren't we?
Yeah. So your real world skills, they prioritize. Your examples include discouraging higher education, which miraculously now 2025, due to a potential liability, which is what was exposed with the Mooney situation in Japan, has now opened it all up because, we can't afford more lawsuits. This is what that's done. So we better nip it in the bud. And we're getting advised by the legal team. You better nip this in the bud because we're bleeding out money. And so now, we can't deprioritize career ambition. But David Splane gets up, even though now they say, oh, yes, higher education has opened up. He goes, yeah, but there's caveats. He does that. That's in the JW. Yeah, there's caveats. So long-term planning, external expertise is still trying to create practical dependence increases. In other words, creating a dependency on the organization through fear that's attached to autonomy, because people are still learning that acting alone leads to spiritual danger. That's how Eve went wrong, and we got a big disaster in Eden. Social loss, moral failure, catastrophic outcomes. Oh, good grief. That's exactly the first sin, which doomed us all. So freedom feels unsafe.
It really does. It really, really does. And part of us healing is getting to a place of making some choices, mistakes along the way, enough to where we become more confident in our choices. That's part of our maturity that could have happened, from age 12 to 18 within the organization, but they made sure we didn't develop that. But now that we've left something that kept us in that place of learned helplessness, we get to grow and catch up, eventually catch up. We become more confident in our own reasoning skills and choices that we make. And at first, it's very scary. It's very scary. It's almost demobilizing.
Yeah, because your failure is personalized. So when somebody struggles, they're told, oh, well, you didn't do enough, or you lacked faith, or you weren't humble. And so the result is that the system stays blameless. And why is it called planned helplessness? Because the outcomes are predictable and the methods are repeatable. The structure benefits leadership, and the dependency reinforces your loyalty. So even if individual leaders feel that they are genuinely sincere, and I believe that a lot are, the architecture produces the helplessness. Your top of the pyramid is still in control.
Yes.
And so this differs from normal guidance, which in a healthy system builds your competence. It says, well, you can actually drive the vehicle yourself now. It encourages to start, and it prepares you to function independently, and it accepts disagreement. I think that's what you were talking about with Rick Fearon, and saying that's what you admire there. And I feel the same. I go, I like the fact that you can bring in some kind of disagreement as long as it doesn't become abusive, because you're not shrinking away from competence. You're actually allowing to have a platform where persons can speak out. You're not punishing discernment or discouraging independence and framing disagreement as a danger, as long as it's not getting abusive and going against YouTube.
Mm-hmm. So saying I'm going to push back on that because whatever reason is way different than you're an idiot. I don't know why you think you can say that, because this, and this. So first I have to put you down, degrade you, dehumanize you, and then tell you how things are. See, that's the abusive kind. But to be able to say, you know what, I disagree with you. You still get to keep your dignity. I still get to keep my dignity, and we get to have a conversation. It could turn into a debate, but it doesn't have to turn into a wicked argument at all. We get to state our reasons, and when I hear your reason or you hear mine, maybe one of us hadn't thought of that yet. So it expands possibilities for us when we get to listen to each other and our reasons, right?
So Linda James, I would say that that's right, because the internal feeling it creates is people often describe anxiety when making simple decisions. That's what I found in the research department. I found that you had key researchers or key Watchtower writers that were medicated for anxiety. Why? Because of the fear of being wrong without clear rules, having to go to the authority figure because you're feeling guilty about wanting normal autonomy, and getting panic about life outside of the group. And it's now manifesting in all these different, very intimate ways. That's the trained responses. It's not personal defects. It's induced by the system. So your planned helplessness is when a system weakens your confidence on purpose, and then presents itself as the only safe guide. And that's the religion. Religion has now set itself up and saying, oh, well, we have got the cure for the problem that we have created.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
There is a really great film called As It Is in Heaven. I've
Okay.
mentioned it before, As It Is in Heaven. It's about a conductor. I wonder if I can bring it up on the computer. As It Is in Heaven. Yeah, it's a 2004 film. Swedish drama film, directed by Kay Pollux.
And we're at the 1 hour and 45 minutes. So if somebody wants to look up this movie, you can come to that point. 1 hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. Because one of the key characters in there is, just to do the basic premise, right? The plot. It's an international conductor. His life aspirations to create music that'll open people's hearts. I mean, you think about some of the Russian conductors. They say to the audience, by the time we are finished with conducting this orchestra, you're going to have a spiritual experience. You're going to be elevated spiritually. They tell you. And so the main character is the same kind of individual in his own heart. Unfortunately, he's in bad shape. Why? Because he's suffered a heart attack on stage at the end of a performance. Why? Because he puts his whole life and soul into what he does. And so, he's having these physical manifestations as a result of terrible bullying in his early childhood. Okay. So he buys this elementary school in this village. He goes back there. He's asked to go to Thursday night and listen to the local choir, and he's asked to listen. But he's got this intentions to persuade them. It becomes very, very obvious. And look, there's a parish minister there, and the wife says to him after finding his pornography collection, says, I've known you've had this problem for years. He says, I forgave it for ages. He says, I've already known and reconciled the fact that religion sells sin, and you've got to buy the cure from the religion. It's a dependency system. She says, that's what I'm convinced it's all about. Yeah. So I look at that film and I go, wow, that stayed with me since 2004. That's 21 years ago. I remember this film. Very, very interesting. It's got all kinds of natural elements. There was a woman who falls in love. Yeah, it's just got great elements there which highlight this whole planned dependency thing. And that's the only reason why I'm bringing it, is just to support what you've been saying there.
And I'm glad you did. An example of, so within the organization of Jehovah's Witnesses, if somebody gets removed, they are to be shunned. So it's very common for somebody between like 18 and 25 to maybe leave the org because it didn't go well for them as a child, and they've been counting the days to finally leave, and they get it, or they might mention something and get kicked out of their home. So if the parents are shunning the child doesn't get to call the parents and say, you know what, I'm dealing with this issue. What do you suggest, Dad? Or what do you suggest, Mom? And to still get parental help, but in smaller doses. To me, that's what naturally can happen, is a parent gets the kids ready, in their late teens. They can help them do some things to become more independent. And then as they leave, give me a call if you need to. That's cut off within the organization. But I believe that naturally people do get to call upon their parents with questions that they know their parents have more wisdom in, and they know that their parents would not steer them wrong. So they listen to it and decide whether that would be something that would come natural to them or not. And then they get to make their own choices. So that's also part of us developing in our adulthood.
Okay. So Linda James, you're already going on to it, because my next question to you was, how do we safely detox from this?
Detoxing, like, I would like to call, maybe it is detoxing. That's so interesting you said this, because, and I'm going to tell you why. I look at being under the influence of a cult or an abusive spouse or an abusive situation as being very similar to being under the influence of drugs Okay. And in order to get off of drugs, there's a detoxing time to getting off of drugs. Changing your mindset is sometimes called, I lost the word, but it's going to come to me in a few minutes. But that's what it's like. It's like, how do we get from being under the influence of something, detoxing, and then being able to function afterwards?
So Linda James, so if I ask you this, because I think you'll remember just now those words, you don't undo helplessness by proving strength, you undo it by restoring trust in yourself. If somebody says you can't drive this vehicle because I view you as an incompetent, but they're lying because they were trying to create this induced helplessness because they wanted control of the vehicle because of their own ego. I think the idea is you don't rush into this, because that's where in recovery it can become quite dangerous, because you've lost your moral footing perhaps, or what you thought that you were going to get guidance from. But you need to actually go and take a vehicle to an empty parking lot and start driving around in circles so that you get your own confidence back, right?
Absolutely.
So you can't rush that. It's slow is equal to safe. Go to the empty parking lot and take some first steps at driving again. And I think so that's what the language is. The language created the problem. So your language detox is you don't argue yet. You translate. Would I be right? So
sure.
What do I mean? Okay. Silently replace the loaded phrases with plain language. So Linda James, wait on Jehovah. Delay enforced by authority. That's the translation.
Yes.
Right? And you laugh at it. You laugh at it because you know that's true.
Yes.
What's the other one? Linda James, independent thinking. Don't like your independent thinking. No. Normal adult reasoning.
Thank you. Yes. Normal adult reasoning. I dig that.
Yeah. Shall we go to our dictionary? Stumbling others. No. Social pressure.
Right. I can remember my mother telling me I would never want to wear earrings that could distract somebody and maybe stumble them. Oh my God.
Okay, here's another one. You are showing a lack of humility. What, you mean I have a disagreement?
Yep. But as long as I can convince you that you're being prideful, then I've got the upper hand.
So I'm going to ask, just with those 4 phrases, have we started detoxing? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
So already, by taking this lack of humility thing, which has been weaponized, and you say, no, that's a disagreement. That's healthy. It's restoring reality without confrontation. Yes. It weakens the emotional hooks that they've put into you, and it gives your brain the clarity without any danger. Now you're in the parking lot, you're driving around in circles. I can drive the vehicle. Guess what? I can go onto the main highway now. So this stage can become entirely internally, can do this. And that's what would we say that was? That was translation. It's taking those phrases which are weaponized and translating them to the healthy adult things and getting away from the infant.
Yes. And it's very similar to loaded language. And I might learn to drive just like you did. And I suggest we don't compare ourselves to each other, because after about a week, you might be ready to go on the highway, but I might need 3 weeks in that parking lot. So we don't have to compare each other to how fast we're doing things or missing out. It's going to take as long as it's going to take. Some of us learn some things or become more confident quicker than others. And, your timing is your timing and mine is mine. We're all at different levels.
We've got some really great comments, Linda James. We really do.
Cool.
Sorry, did I interrupt you? Sorry.
No, I want to hear them. Please read us.
Well, we've got Rachel from England, and I've got an eye for Rachel, England, 1791, because this is the first time I've come across Rachel. And Rachel saying, I'm still trying to connect with God. I never had a relationship with God, only had fear and dread, and I felt alienated trying to trust God. But then Chris says, I never missed a meeting after being disfellowshipped, but every meeting I went to, I was invisible. It killed my spirit and my confidence in anything. And then Happy Thoughts is such an insidious way of controlling people, calling it a loving way of encouraging people to return. It did exactly the opposite for Chris. Because, what happened for Chris is God showed me that all I needed was him, no regrets now. So in a way, it created spiritual development there. Kelly Blake, what I find interesting is that a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are becoming atheists, but the good news is that some ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are coming home into the Catholic faith. Well, that's interesting. Rachel England, Chantel ES24 says, make it simple, read the Bible, do not try to explain everything. This is not the sense of it, you'll be fine. Look, I just see great comments here, Linda James. It's really live.
Sounds like the chat is independent thinking. Sounds like they're doing their own, and I love.
But there's so many different aspects coming in here. I see non-religious, I see religious, I see going to the Bible. But this is the thing that wasn't allowed to be looked at. It's all of this diversity that we're able to now integrate freely without feeling some kind of threat.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
I look at you, you're smiling.
I'm loving this. It's I'm just loving this. What for one person might not work for another. Okay. The statement of coming home back to the Catholic Church, I don't think that way, but they do. And that's what's important is they do. That's what coming home means to them today. It might mean something different years from now, but today that's what it means. And to me, when you think of something as coming back home, it's so nurturing, I just love that terminology, coming back home.
So that's detox again, Linda James. That's your
or deconstructing.
Yeah.
And I love that you use the term detox.
Always reporting on the channel, oh man, I was spiritually abused, it's so terrible, and now we've got all our pals who can just talk about how terrible it is. That's got its place, absolutely.
Sure.
But now what's the way to now spiritual development? Because I see that in the comments. Say, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual.
Sure.
Right? So coming back to the illustration of the vehicle in the parking lot, it's a safe place. You've got micro decisions which become the practice to gain the confidence, because your planned helplessness trained us to fear small choices. So it got all the way to the stage where, please, I need permission to go to the bathroom. Mm-hmm. That's ridiculous. That's okay. Forgive me for saying that, because I do know that does happen. I absolutely know that. I've witnessed it. So I can't say to the person, well, you're a useless person because you're in this situation. I say, no, this is a victim. This is a victim. What's the way to come out of this? You say, well, start making these small decisions, these micro decisions. This is your one step at a time. So choose what to eat without moralizing it. I'm going to eat an apple today or an orange tomorrow. These are the small choices that are safe. Decide how you're going to spend 30 minutes without guidance. I'm not asking. I'm going to go and do this for 30 minutes. Okay? Yes. And here's Linda James. Guess what? I've got an opinion, and I don't have to check it.
Yep.
And guess what? Nothing bad happened.
I know, right? Lightning did not come and give me a bolt in the head, right? I'm laughing because I'm relating to how I used to think, and being in this place today I don't think that way anymore. I'm laughing with the freedom. I'm laughing because of the liberty that I'm in today, which before I was oppressed, I was in bondage. I had no clue I was, but I was. And today I can see that I was. The weirdest thing about a cult is this. Nobody joins a cult. And when one is in a cult, they usually don't know they're in a cult. Okay? Oh, by the way,
I think I've got to make an apology to ES24 Chantel. ES24 Chantel, sorry about this. Sorry. The whole idea was it's a difficult balance because you try and not ignore persons in the chat. You try and integrate it. And the other thing too is some persons were feeling excluded. So we don't always get it right. So ES24 Chantel, sorry about this. Didn't realize that you talk online about the chat. Now, I'm sorry if that's put or created a bit of a strange situation. So just please accept apologies. Didn't know. Okay.
I brought my I Love Pimos coffee cup tonight because I love Pimos.
Linda James, where did you get I Love Pimos from?
I had it specially made by a friend of mine.
Oh, okay.
So there's different places where you can get these made up. For one thing, Amazon, you can order. You can get a cup and it'll say whatever you want it to say.
Right. Okay. I thought maybe your channel supplies them.
I don't have merch.
Then I was going to say, hey, some of the merch is how we keep going.
Okay, that's cool. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right. So there was no merch to plug today, but okay. Thanks very much for that. Yeah. So apologies to some in the chat. ES24 Chantel, sorry about that. But okay, you've decided to do what you need to do. But as for the rest, thank you very much. Yeah, not always easy to get it right. Sometimes you want to include people. And then at the same vein, also someone to keep very anonymous as well. So sorry about that. Anyway, Linda James, I wanted to ask about this detox thing. Planned helplessness training us to fear small choices, right? So you practice small ones on purpose, correct?
Yeah. So this gal named Margaret Singer, who's like kind of the grandmother of studying prisoners of war and what was used on them, and that those techniques and tactics are very similar to the ones used on us. And she has a video that's still up on YouTube, and she says, if you have a friend that just left a cult, you might want to take them shopping and let them know which dress looks good on them, because them making a small choice of, it seems small to us, but to them, this is a big choice that they were never making before. And you can let them know what looks good on them or not. So when you get a chance to let people know, to secure them in the decisions they make. So if somebody says, oh, I love this dress, but you can tell that it's, not fitting them well at all, be direct and let them know. But if one does fit them well, let them know that this one fits them well and why. The one that doesn't fit them well, tell them why. They're not used to making the decision of what's the best dress for them to wear. It seems like a small choice, but you can support people in the decisions that they make, or kind of guide them when you see something's kind of wrong or dangerous. You can let them know, this probably wouldn't be a good idea because of this, this, and this. Yeah. Still, they can make that choice. They can still buy the dress that doesn't fit them well, and then they'll have the consequences as they go along.
Sure.
It doesn't mean you can't hang out with them. You don't want to reject them if they don't take your advice. And to be honest, if that's a choice they make independently, good for them. Good for them to make an independent choice. And even if it's not one you agree with.
Well, I like Purple's comment. Religion is what happens when spirituality falls into the wrong hands, quoting Joseph Campbell. But then Dallas retorts, you don't need permission. Make your choices for your life. Make an attempt at it. So I like Dallas's approach because that's the small steps in gaining confidence. And I can't see, but I saw there was another comment from Dallas. I love freedom of choice in clothes when shopping and other times. But I often hear Dallas talking about food choices and things like this. And that's something that I identify with Dallas as I go, oh, what's he eating this week? And and there's that fun aspect. But that's the autonomy, because there isn't any catastrophe for choosing tater tots or whatever it is that he's eating on the day, be it pizza or tacos or whatever it is. And so I think it's that reclaiming power through these external reality checks. Why? Because you're keeping decisions low stakes, and it's rewiring the safety. It's the plasticity that's in our mind that can be rewired in these small but very significant ways, and it's just being reintroduced gently. I think this is what you've created, Linda James, in a channel like this. Why? Because you've got the defense aspect. I feel safe in Linda James's company. Why? Because she's going to push back. Or Pixie's a good one. She knows how to defend things, and I feel safe in the company. So I can read neutral psychology. It's not anti-material. It's not apostate. I can learn from professionals. I think we got is it Stian, who's a professional? There's a certified professional in the chat there. And so I go, oh, well, I'm learning from a professional here. Thank you for mentioning your credentials. It's outside of the normal system. It's health, it's science, it's law. It's the kind of thing that actually should be printed in a Wake magazine or a Watchtower, and often is. But that's coming from these sources that are regulated. And so I can observe how a normal disagreement, an antithesis works elsewhere. That's a healthy thing. And now I can make it a synthesis, and God hasn't sent a lightning bolt my way.
Right. Now, who was it that brought up professionalism? That
I can't remember, but somebody in the chat, I think it was Stian, but somebody was saying that they have got the credentials that there. You've got life coaches sometimes that join the chat, and you've got persons that,
So Chris, KJV, let me guess, King James Version? Could that be the case? Okay, you said I never missed a meeting after being disfellowshipped, but every meeting I went to, I was invisible. It killed my spirit and my confidence in anything. Let me just say to you right now, that was exactly the experience that they wanted you to have, okay? When someone is removed or disfellowshipped and you're being shunned by the others because they were indoctrinated to believe this was good, tough love and proper discipline from Jehovah, so they didn't speak to you, but what you experienced was like everybody you knew would walk by you and not acknowledge your existence. It maybe made you feel like a ghost, okay? As though you were dead. That's the experience that they're wanting you to have. Because people that are disfellowshipped or removed are considered spiritually dead in the eyes of Jehovah. So they're confirming this teaching to you. The fact that you've found Jesus and you know that this is not the case, I think is beautiful. Good for you. It is an insidious way of controlling people. Thank you, Happy Thoughts.
I think it was Sharong who's got certification. Sharong 3999. But Sharong 3999, did you manage to ask your question earlier? I don't know if that was missed out, but you had a question. Oh, Sharong 3999 at 7:08 a.m. says, I do have my mental health certificates, guys. There we go. Found it. So that's great.
Mental health certificates?
Yeah. So I'm not sure what the mental health certificates are, but I mean, if you've got any kind of credentials that's peer reviewed, that's phenomenal. If you're licensed, that's great.
Yeah. I'm looking over questions as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So happy thoughts. It's important to learn who we are for ourselves, like choosing clothes. We can guide someone, but the final decision is theirs to make. And then Dallas, I usually want to dress my own age or younger. I always liked dressing worldly. So yeah, okay. So is this the reclaiming external reality checks, control systems that isolate feedback and like in a high control religion, right? So what's the detox? Reintroducing it gently. What's the safe options?
Well, some of us never had it in the beginning. So reintroducing or reclaiming, what do you mean? We never had it in the first place. So we're trying it out for the first time. Okay. And some were recruited and did live in it before. But so pay attention to things you're attracted to, things that you are drawn to. And if they are an interest of yours, look into them. Maybe you want to roller skate. And like the movie Xanadu, back in the day when they were all roller skating and stuff, and you always wanted to do that. But I'm just using this as an example. I'm not saying that Jehovah's Witnesses were never allowed to roller skate, but maybe that's a self-interest that you never had a chance to pursue. Try pursuing it now.
Well, you gave me advice today. You gave me advice. You said, go and do something fun. And I'm going, well, I went and watched TV, which I don't normally do. And it was, what was it, Pluribus? It's a new program. But I said, but the thing is, it interested me because it's about an abusive situation. So in a way, I'm watching entertainment, which is relevant towards the things that we discuss about. So I'm still at work. I say I'm still kind of trapped.
Well, it's confirming what's going on in your head in an entertaining way.
Yeah.
In novels, sometimes we'll read a novel, and to maybe one of the characters will be telling their experience, and oh my God, that's similar to what I went through with my mother, or within this organization. It might be talking about the same kind of thing. So it gives confirmation. But we might be reading about another character that does things that we would have never dreamed of doing. Okay? We couldn't do that.
Right.
But she or he are doing that. Wow. And I would like to do that. So first it has to be thought of in the mind. And then we read about how they did it. Because first off, we cut off the possibility. So we don't even go any further in how might we do that. So pay attention to things you're attracted to, self-interests that we used to not be encouraged to do because Armageddon was so close. And, now we have some time to pursue some of them things, that's part of the deconstructing, or like you said, detoxing. I really see being under the influence of a cult as being so similar to being under the influence of a substance. In both situations, what happens when we first start being involved in a cult or when we first start being involved with drugs, we no longer mature. And when we remain pretty much at the age of that time that we started. That's definitely something we learned, I did, within Al-Anon, which is related to AA, which is a support system for people trying to stop doing alcohol or drugs. I learned that if somebody started doing drugs at the age of 12 and they finally get off of drugs, their maturity is probably still at the age of 12. So what is good, because they lost some brain cells. But what's really good to know is that brain cells people do produce more brain cells. So the longer they are off of the drugs or the alcohol, the longer they will be developing and aging and becoming more mature.
Yeah.
The longer we get to pursue our own self-interests as opposed to how the cult directs us, the more we're going to socially mature within society at large. You know?
Linda James, I want to ask you about the nervous system. We have touched on it in the past, but you know, this helplessness thing and nervous system is often overlooked, and I want to talk about it because that's body memory. So what happens to regular sleep? Well, in a high control abusive situation, they attack your sleep. I was told you sleep when you die, Matt. Sleeping's for the. You've heard this, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
regular sleep and food rhythms. One of the things I still struggle with, and I see it in the comments, is sleep. Oh, Grow talks about it. Says, "Oh, I'll tune in, but I'm going to clock out for a while."
Yeah.
So it's already telling me that the normal circadian rhythm has been thrown out. I know it's my experience, and I see that in the comments. So when you're saying to me, go and have some sort of recreational time, I think it's the gentle exercise, going and doing something joyful, going and smelling the roses. That's your gentle exercise, not something that you're going, oh, gee, this is stepping onto the friggin' treadmill. It's going, oh, I'm going to go and take a swim in the ocean because I want to experience the warm water. I want to experience that because that's fun. There's a fun aspect. And so it's now generating the light exercise, which I actually need, and increasing the breathing that, and I lengthen the exhale. These are all creative expressions with no evaluation, which now stabilize the normal nervous system, which again is often overlooked, right? Because our bodily functions were overridden in a fear-based system where we're living with stress and cortisol, and we don't have a calm body. And now we're having to do the opposite because independent thought is now being translated into our bodily system, where we don't have to process everything yet. We're just doing things in small incremental steps, and we're gaining control of this incredible sensitive feeling system again.
Yeah. And we've been trained to believe doing these things are wrong. So it might take some time if you keep, going again and going again and going again, that will eventually go away because you'll receive the benefits of pursuing a self-interest. You'll receive the benefits of going into the ocean and relaxing. Now, what you were talking about, always being stressed and the cortisone level and everything, I remember listening to a gal talk at one of the ICSA conventions that I went to in person, and she was a therapist and told us we were literally, the way she explained it to us was, we were literally marinating in cortisone, that hormone, the stress hormone.
Yes. Sure.
And that's damaging to the body. So much so that the hippocampus, which is this portion of your brain that's shaped like a seahorse, there's these little hairs that are at the top, and some of them were brought down. It took off the little bit of, so each little hair had a separation. So that part that had that separation got worn down. What that means, I don't know, but she explained that having the extensive cortisone, that stress hormone, it affected the hippocampus. Again, I don't know what that means, but it affects our bodies, is what it told me. Not in a good way, okay? So, yeah.
So Linda James, in healing, can I ask, what am I allowed to be?
You are allowed to be who you authentically are. And it's your responsibility to, never mine, but yours, to pay attention to what you are interested in. Like, for instance, your paintings. That's a reflection of who you are. Okay? And the videos you make too. These are your gifts. The way your thinking process, That's who
So-
you are.
So, Linda James, can I start asking what actually fits me? What if paintings don't fit me? What if something else fits me? Am I allowed to start asking that?
Are you doing
Okay,
an
look, I'm being-
example of
I'm
learned
being-
helplessness?
I'm being very deliberate in this. You know,
Okay. You got me good.
well, it's only for the it's
Yeah, you're asking permission.
it's to try and help, isn't it? That's all it.
Yeah, that was great.
You know,
That was
so-
great.
So can they be private preferences, values? I want to wear a black cap today, or I want to wear a red shirt.
Yeah.
Values, my curiosity. Oh, Linda James, I'm going to go and do a shark dive. How about that? I'm going to go out to the warm water side, and I'm going to go into a shark dive because I'm so curious about these animals that are down there. And you're going, gee,
You're
hell.
curious. You're curious about the shark.
Dive. They've done this for years. I want to go and do it.
Well, let me know how that goes.
See you on YouTube.
Okay.
I don't. I'm just. That's
A
just.
real friend would be like, "That doesn't sound like a good idea, buddy."
Yeah,
might
look,
want to
it's not
film next
hectic. Let's not pretend here. But okay, I gave a bit of an extreme example because it's like, what the hell?
Yeah. And we are going to
Right.
make some like interest, like we are going to follow some of our self-interests, and it turns out to be maybe bad, but hopefully it's
Well, yeah, that was the
Part
whole
of our
idea
real
of doing balance steps in the parking lot and saying, I'm going to drive in circles there and take safe steps, isn't it? So
Yeah,
it's not necessarily doing the radical things. But then I'm not necessarily poo-pooing the radical things. Maybe we get into our development that you can actually leap off, I don't know, Devil's Peak with a parachute and glide all the way down to the beach. That's being done. That's been
Yeah.
we were walking down the road here. We were walking down the road here where we stay, and one of the guys had leapt off the top of the mountain here and landed in the suburbs. And he's just
Wow.
like unfolds the parachute. Hey, hello, how are you? Hey, great day. You know?
wow.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what I've been meaning to tell you? You've talked about the culture of those sand. So there's a movie. Oh goodness, something the gods. It was about
Yeah,
that
gods
culture.
must be crazy.
Thank you, that one. Yes, the gods must be crazy. A Coca-Cola bottle keeps hitting their heads. I remember being shown the video a long time ago, but I didn't much understand it. But it reminded me of when I looked into that culture near you, which is an ancient culture. It brought up the video that I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think what it is it's the gods must be crazy is similar to the Stanley Kubrick film 2001, which is based on Arthur C. Clarke's work, where there's the monolith. So you've got what's it? The apes, evolution. So they come across or proto-humanity or whatever. So what now? Yeah. So it was what's it? Nature doesn't have 90-degree angles. So what's this monolith doing out in the middle of the desert or the savannah, where these developing humans or proto-humans are? And the technology of this right angle is enough to get the creative processes to now develop the organism to build rocket ships, and of course that's what happens in the Kubrick story is it then goes from the first tool, which is a bone, and they're smacking each other with bones, and this is a hammer, and it's been inspired from big black monolith, the big, and it's out by Jupiter somewhere, or I can't remember the story. But this is the idea of the development. So you're talking about sand people. The Coke bottle was the monolith. It was the technology, and he's going, oh well, if this thing has arrived, I've now got the mindset to realize it must have come from somewhere. The gods must be crazy. Do I return it to the gods? What do I do? And then he discovers there's this whole world of America and New York City, and wow, this is such a stark contrast to digging in the bush and finding some root to eat.
Okay.
How do these people live? Well, they've got McDonald's. They go into this place and they pull out a hamburger and they eat it. And that's the whole gods must be crazy. It's this contrast between rudimentary. You see somebody who's a bushman or a sand person might say, oh, well, we're backward. I wasn't educated. You say, no, that's the opposite. How do you know that this isn't the most advanced civilization on the planet?
Exactly.
Yeah, invariably it is, because we can't live like this. We can't go and hunt and gather and know what the natural medicines are. I have somebody from Malawi telling me the most incredible medicines. And I say, yeah, because a lot of Western medicine has come from Africa. It's come from this place. If it's psilocybin from a mushroom somewhere, or it's ibogaine from iboga, and ibogaine is the refined pharmaceutical extraction. It's come from here. It's come from these traditional things which were investigated ages ago. So how do you know this? A lot of the natural plants we are denied. A lettuce is no longer a lettuce. That was your natural high that you were getting to get the brain working, your natural nootropic or whatever that was getting the brain working, that we've been denied. And only now, I haven't seen Gro's been very quiet, but she was talking about nicotine. Somebody was saying, oh, smoking is all bad. Yeah. Well, that's even under debate. But it was the lousy chemicals and the lousy crap and corruption that was going into the cigarette that was creating the addiction and creating the damage. When they actually went into the pure nicotine, they were addressing problems with Alzheimer's,
okay,
and mental deterioration and memory loss. And it was even connected to the gut microbiome, restoring gut function.
Yes.
Why? Because you've got the purity of this incredible nicotine, which is there to defend the plant. And they're going, well, hang on a second. This is able to restore all kinds of cognitive functions, especially with somebody who's come out of a trauma situation or come out of a situation where there's a blockage. You say, well, Matt, are you endorsing one particular medication on Linda James's channel? Why don't you go and do it on your own channel? You say, well, I'm not endorsing anything. I'm just saying there's a lot of information that's coming out now where we're saying, well, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board of what we think was banned and what was weaponized, or what was actually used for profit, and strip away all the nonsense that was there and actually discover, hang on, we didn't know a hell of a lot about what's actually available that can actually switch our brains on now. And they're getting some fabulous results. I see that next year they're going to be releasing peer-reviewed studies about nicotine that's going to change how we view it.
That will be interesting. There's an African tree bark called yohimbe, and this is a circulation benefit, okay? So you can get that at a health food store. And I gave it to someone for their wedding. And it's similar to Viagra. So again, yohimbe tree bark, the bark of a tree. Aspirin came from the bark of a tree as well. So there's all kinds of things out there. We found out that Viagra originally was going to be used for, again, circulation. And then they found out that there was another benefit right? And there was this one medicine that you put on the eyes for cataracts, and one of the results was that their eyelashes grew in darker and thicker.
Hello.
Now it's something that they sell for women to have darker and thicker eyelashes. So these side effects that we originally have, let's say if it works in this area, we find out, it could be beneficial here too. We just never know.
Grows back with us, by the way.
Okay, I grow.
as soon as he's talking about what's it, nicotine and growth, hey, I'm still here.
Right on.
Yeah.
They're definitely wiser than us, because if we were in their situation, I know I wouldn't survive, because I don't have the wisdom and knowledge they have.
Right.
I have become dependent on Western culture here in the United States.
So, Linda James, we were doing that question where I kind of threw a spanner in the works, but the point was a thought exercise, and it was you stop asking, what am I allowed to be? And you were going, yeah, sure. And I went into the whole shark diving thing, and that got the comments going. But the healthy question is, what actually fits me? And so it can be private preferences, values, curiosity, moral intuition. I think Dallas was talking about roller skating earlier, but you don't have to label yourself. You just notice yourself.
Okay.
You just notice. You just go, okay, this is what it is. And so that's the selective honesty, only when it's safe. So you've done your little drives in the parking lot. You've got your rules of safety. You've reprogrammed your brain with the smaller moves. You're sharing doubts only with people who respect autonomy. So it's getting the right kind of people around you, which is what we have in this community. This is our blessing. It avoids those who escalate concerns to authority. Well, what are you going to report me, Linda James? Who are you going to report me to?
Yeah.
And
level of trust, right?
And some boundaries. There's some certain things I'm not going to tell you about, Linda James. They're private. Right. Those thoughts are just for me. And it's not because of deception. I'm not keeping private because of deception. I'm keeping private because it's self-protection during healing, and humans need to have some kind of protection. We don't go around parading ourselves in public without any clothes on.
Right. And I like that you said that, because we're used to answering any question that's asked of us. We get to say no, or that doesn't work for me, or not answer certain questions that we've decided it's best for us to keep to ourselves. That's really part of your healing and growth.
Yeah, you can still keep truthful with this.
Yes.
So I think there are some important things that we don't do. Like, don't confront authority early. Start going, well, I'm going to go and meet up with elders and I'm going to start confronting them now. No.
Oh, that's a bad idea. Yeah. It's a bad idea. No, it's a bad idea.
Yeah, you've warned me about this. Don't force certainty. Don't binge destabilizing information. How about that one?
Yeah. How would you know it is destabilizing, though?
Yeah, or shaming yourself for fear responses. So fear doesn't mean that you're weak. What if I'm scared about that shark dive? Yeah, well, hang on a second. That's not necessarily a bad idea. Maybe that's a protection mechanism that's coming and saying, hang on, you don't be with the sharks, Matt. So it means that
I was talking earlier on Six Screens because somebody called in, and I brought up that there was a time I was going to get on an airplane. So groups like these and cults like these promote phobias, okay? They do what's called phobia indoctrination or induction. So I had suffered from panic attacks, passing out, all this other stuff. I was going to get on a plane to see my daughter. And beforehand, this was like a few years back, I was very hesitant. I was very scared to go on this plane. And I admitted it to the people on the show, and I got nothing but encouragement And when I came back, everybody was so proud of me. This is an unrealistic fear. That's what phobias are, unrealistic. These are not, going and swimming with sharks is a normal fear. Getting on a plane is not a normal fear. There's so much success in them. So I was having an unrealistic fear. It's not uncommon for us to be dealing with these things. It's part of our recovery. And
Okay. So I've got a question for you, Linda James. How about this? What's a good grounding sentence? Because I think you're good at these. How about this? Okay. I'm allowed to think at my own pace, and nothing bad happens when I decide for myself.
you could say that, but I don't agree with that. Bad
Okay.
things could happen. We find out through wisdom, We
So
can't
now
be
there's an adjustment and there's a growth that's coming. So by my saying that and inviting you in, you've now brought it up and you've elevated that. So I don't have to now stay in an infantile statement or grounding sentence that I thought was cute and smart, but was actually deficient.
Yeah.
So what's the quiet truth? Planned helplessness collapses when you experience successful autonomy. You've now got safety. You can reach out to Linda James. Linda James has said, "No, hang on a second. We need to adjust this a little bit." And I say, "Oh, well, let's invite it." My body is learning that nothing terrible follows from that development now. There's a proper humility. I've been able to break down any kind of egotistical barrier, and the inner voice becomes familiar again. And now we've got healthy interactions in a better society of people. That's a good place to be. But that doesn't happen all at once.
Right.
So is that one safe step at a time that we've demonstrated? I don't feel stunned. I don't feel stunned. I go, no, I've been benefited. Thank you, Linda James. You've now improved my sentence. Thank you very much. It's now been customized to a specific situation without talk of fearing or fear spikes or, some kind of, my world hasn't collapsed, and now we've practiced translating specific phrases. We're now mapping what healthy authority does look like through proper integration with society, because actually no one's an island, but we can now reach out to each other and build upon what we're learning. And I don't have to be offended by that. I don't have to feel I'm broken. I can feel now that this is proper recovery capacity and proper growth, and that's a beautiful thing. And so I look in the comments and I go, oh, well, there wasn't just Linda James's comments. There was Dallas, there was Mage J Wolf, there was Jay Mars, there was Purple here, Grow chatting, able to integrate all of these different things. Sheila, happy thoughts. And that's now a much better integrative society, which isn't poisonous. So what was it? Detox. How did we start this thing off? Detox.
It could be detoxing. It could be deconstructing. Shedding some beliefs with a different mindset of freedom. Another thing that in this time of exciting new things or scary new things, but new things nonetheless, every so often we find ourselves mourning over things that we've missed out on from the time we were involved in the cult. Even if we leave something toxic, a smart choice, a choice that was good for us, it's normal to mourn over the loss, even when it was a good choice. So every so often when you feel yourself needing to mourn a bit more, whether it shows up because you're angry about it, whether it shows up like you just need a good cry, different ways. There's this thing of different stages of mourning. Any one of those things can show up at a time that you might not be expecting it. But take a look at it and allow yourself to be mourning a little bit, and you'll be able to go on some more. Try not to deny it. The organization doesn't really promote an opportunity to mourn over those that we've lost through death. there's a culture within this organization that's like, what are you crying for? We're going to see them in the new system, as
All
if
right.
you shouldn't mourn when the time set aside for a funeral or a memorial, that's set aside so that we can mourn, so that we can be comforted from our friends and family. Setting us, it's valuable, you know. So when you feel it flushing up, maybe you're triggered, you know, it's valuable to give yourself some time to do that. It's also beneficial, but there's wonderful liberty as well, you know. So it comes, both of these things can happen.
Linda James, Amber's joined us, so we say hello. But
Amber,
Amber's saying, what are we talking about?
all kinds of stuff, girl. All kinds of stuff. We're talking about healing. Amber's very unique. And I just saw her Christmas pictures with her family and her. And I was sharing a Merry Christmas text to her. This is something she and I would have never done back in the day when we were Jehovah's Witnesses. And we didn't know each other then either. But it's amazing how we find people that we kind of relate to and can be encouraging to. It's very awesome. Let me see what she's saying. So we were talking about what healing looks like and to pursue your own self-interests. That's part of our healing.
Well, I used the word detoxing.
Yes.
But you used another word.
Deconstructing, yes. Now, this is the gal you've mentioned before that was into Reiki, or how did you say it? Reiki?
Oh, right. Yeah, Reiki healing. That's remote healing,
That's our Amber thing. It's an Amber thing. She was the one that made that comment before. You brought it up one day.
Yeah, so Reiki is a Japanese healing technique with gentle hand movements, right? So it's gentle energy, channeling. Oh, in Chi Chewa and in Shona, you've got a word, Chi Edza, or so the word Chi, which is used in these Bantu languages, that's where you get Chi from, because Chiedza is light. So the Chi is your universal life energy. That's what's used in Reiki.
How do you spell Chi?
CHI.
Okay. There's hair products. Chai, I've called it. You're calling it Chi. It's a great brand of hair products. Like I have a flat iron, a Chi flat iron. And you're saying it means light of the...
Chiedza is light, yeah. But I mean, you can see how these words are all interchangeable, because the Chichewa, those are the people of the lake. So, or children of the... Or children. Sons and daughters are children. So they come from the light. They come from the light source.
Children of the light. Okay.
Yeah, Chi, Mage Jaguar, Chi, Chee, Chi. Yeah. Oh, anyway, there we go. Linda James. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about this recovery.
And she says here, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. She says here, yes, I do this type of healing. If she did not pursue her own self-interests, she wouldn't have gotten to this place of confidently saying, yes, I do this type of healing. I have never been attracted to Reiki, anything. It was not mine. It wasn't an interest of mine. And I just, you know what I'm saying? But it was of hers, and she pursued it. And I believe that this is part of her healing, you know, pursuing a self-interest, something she was attracted to. Oh, she said she loves me. She says, I love you, Linda. Hi, Purple. And Purple says, it's easier to swim if you take the roller skates off. They tend to weigh down your legs and make kicking exhausting. Thank you for that advice. That is so true. You guys are amazing. I love it when I can look over the conversations that happen here in the chat. Gray Wolf says aspirin was from white willow barks, I can't even pronounce the word, silicane, but we started to make it by making, I can't even say that word either, acid by converting. Wow. Okay. You're an official geek in my book. You rock. Purple's all, tell me what I'm not allowed to do, and I'll consider that a list of goals. Happy Thoughts is like, that's my tendency too, Purple. Oh my God. Growth says, I'm taking you with me to the UK, Linda, and we won't be cruising, or yeah, we won't be cruising. I think that's what she's saying. Cruising. John says, we can make choices, but we have to discern between a good choice and a bad one. But only we can tell which is what. Yes, it really is, I believe, within us. Okay? I believe that is within us. And to rely on your own reasoning skills is kind of a new concept after you leave a high control group. Relying on your own reasoning skills was discouraged because of a scripture that was used, do not lean on your own understanding. That was something that was cherry picked and used on us. The heart is treacherous. Who can trust it? To not follow our heart is a bad idea. You know, if you follow your heart, it's a bad idea. So these things that come natural to humans were really sent to us or presented to us as these are dangerous things, when in actuality, these are the things that make us human. These are the things that tap us into our humanity. The toughest one was to ignore our gut instincts, our intuition, gut instincts. That's when I say either one, I'm talking about the same thing.
So we've got interesting chats coming through, Linda James. So Amber just speaks freely, and I love it. I love it. It's great.
She says, I saw some kind of UAP last night. I'm not sure what UAP stands for. Oh, Happy Thoughts is asking too.
It's like a UFO.
Okay. To be honest, I've never seen anything like that. But the fact, when I think about it, I think it's pretty arrogant of us to think we are the only planet that has intelligent life on it. Out of all these planets in the universe, we're the only one? You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, there is a possibility that, you know, there could be intelligent life from other planets that actually comes and visits us. And there's a possibility that we eventually come up with technology where we visit other planets.
So Amber is talking of Amber. You must say if we can't talk about it, but it is in the public chat. So if it's all right, we're just going to go ahead until you stop us. But the modern cameras can now pick up these what some are calling drones, but they're unidentified. Of course, it's been discussed tremendously now. Oh, you say it's got 3 flashing lights I could see from behind a cloud. Yeah, tremendous stuff going on. Danny Sheehan has gone into this in the legal frontier. So what you're talking about, yeah, there is so many reports that are coming in. It's very exciting times, and this is what the whole disclosure movement is about. Is what you're talking about here in public now. So this used to be very, very taboo. So yeah, great experience. Thank you for sharing.
John asked, Amber, explain UAP you saw. I'm wondering why it's called UAP as opposed to UFO. What does UAP stand for? Do you know?
It's just how things have shifted in modern consciousness.
Okay.
UFO had the baggage of it being too strange. There was a Spielberg movie with I'm trying to remember who the character was, but do you remember the whole premise of Spielberg's Close Encounters? Do you remember that?
Of the Third Kind?
Yes.
I never saw that movie, but I remember the of it very, very well.
So how much of it was science fiction and how much of it was grounded in actual reality?
Right. I don't know.
So I'll give you a reference, shall I, from the people I work with. So here's a reference because I've just worked on it now, and I'm going to tell you about this interesting character. Do you remember Jacques Vallée? Jacqueus Vallee. That's who Spielberg based the film character off of. Jacques Vallée. And so Danny Sheehan is at the forefront of the legal side with this for the whole idea of disclosure. Because they're going, well, the public, specifically the American public, needs to know about what these UAPs are all about. We need to start dismantling the taboos. We need to start dismantling the fractured government, which is saying, oh, we can talk about it. And others are saying, no, we can't. And Israel is saying, oh, we've got agreements with extraterrestrials that we won't talk about it because we don't want to dismantle the authority system. And they're speaking about it openly in Hebrew, and people are translating the Hebrew and saying, what are you talking about here? This is wild stuff. Is Spielberg's film real or it isn't? You know, we thought it's all science fiction. Yeah, this is where we are, ladies and gentlemen, and others. Welcome to real life. You don't need to watch films. We are living it.
And Amber said that she uploaded it on TikTok. And her TikTok channel is called It's an Amber Thing. So if you want to see the video she's talking about, it would be on her TikTok channel.
Yes.
Called It's an Amber.
Yeah. If you want to do photographs of UFOs and UAPs, there's a couple of things you can do. You can summon them, or you can just point up your modern cameras. I'll tell you who's got a whole way that you can do it now, because anybody can do it. So if you say, oh, UAPs is a lot of rubbish, it doesn't work. The sky is so full of them now that you can take one of the modern cameras, as long as you know the shutter speeds and you know how to do it and you know how to slow it down. The chances are you're going to see a UFO. A UAP or a UFO.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. It's not like something that's so far-fetched now. You can go outside, you can do it. Trump said these are deployment of drones.
Oh, okay.
Because they were forced into a situation of disclosure. So he said, no, these are drones. This is drone activity. Elon Musk says, no, this is deployment of low Earth satellites. But what Amber said, you'll notice that when Amber speaks is very specific. Pay attention to what's being said. Because Amber said it has 3 flashing lights I could see from behind a cloud. So there are some specifics here. Okay.
And so she's in California. We've been getting rain and clouds lately, which is not usually the case. So, yeah, that's recent. Yes.
So Gross says sounds sci-fi to me. Yeah, of course, because that it is in sci-fi pop culture. There's many things that are written of in sci-fi that are taboo. So it's presented as sci-fi in order to make it palatable for people to be able to discuss this thing. And remember, also, you've got a metaphorical framework, which is used as a way for us to get some kind of understanding about it, as long as you're not 100% conclusive and you understand how Sigma works, because then you're not dogmatic in your approach. You're opening up to the possibilities of all sorts of things. But yeah, you're looking at the forefront of what is it? Our holographic universe, consciousness studies, and disclosure, and who actually controls this planet and what's actually going on this planet. That's what this is all about. It started in 2025. The discussions that were going on in the governmental sphere was massive because government was fractured. You had opposing sides saying, well, why aren't we disclosing this to the president? If the president is asking for this information, we should be able to give it without like CIA or covert operations going on, that or dark state administration that's actually running things behind the show. The commander-in-chief should know this thing.
Right.
And Danny Sheehan's been dealing with this since Kennedy assassination. I mean, we're talking about a very, very competent, legally trained litigation specialist here. So there's definite credentials. Which president? You can go back to Kennedy. You can go back there.
Yeah.
But I mean, this has been going on for ages. It's been going on for absolutely ages.
Yeah. Again, I haven't seen things to confirm it, but in my mind, why would it not be possible? And like you said, there's been things that have been studied and documented, and
Yeah. So Jacques Vallée, because you always want to have persons with peer-reviewed credentials, right? So Jacques Vallée is a PhD, right? He's been interviewed. That was the basis for Spielberg's movies, all right? But look, regardless of the physical reality, it's always good not to be 100% conclusive, right? It's eclectic.
Right.
The fact that people have believed or they experienced contact with, say, for instance, alien entities is an appropriate subject for scientific inquiry and scrutiny. That's what this disclosure thing is about. So Sheehan is not saying, oh, we're definite and we're conclusive. He's going, why aren't we allowed to talk about it? What's happened to our free speech? Now, Vallée, Jacques Vallée, he's a computer scientist. He's a UFO researcher. He's an author of books like Challenge to Science, Anatomy of a Phenomena, The Edge of Reality. These are all the kind of things that Amber's talking about.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. So who are some of the other people?
Matthew, you are very worldly. This is a compliment.
Worldly.
Yes, it's a compliment. If you ever look up the word worldly, it means that you're savvy, that you've traveled places. You have an amount of wisdom and knowledge, and you're worldly. And I hope you're not taking that wrong, but I just I'm always amazed at the stuff you bring up. It's just like, wow,
Well, look at your audience. I look at Amber and I go, what's Amber bringing to the table here?
Absolutely.
That's not let me tell you the courage that takes as well. Amber's bringing this. She's telling us about her healing abilities. We have somebody who's got spiritual ability in our audience here.
Yes.
This was taboo. This was off limits not so long ago.
Yep. This is
Grows on the wiki site, reading it. Yeah, okay, well, that's great. Because that wiki site, I should imagine, is coming from the things that I'm working with. Jacques Vallée. Oh, Whitley Strieber is another one, because, one of the things like somebody like Jeffrey Mishlove will do, okay? He'll come in and somebody gives a report and he goes, well, did you manifest this? Or this was... Maybe you joined New Age community and it's influenced you and it's put it inside your head. So you're doing your meditation and you're visualizing and you've
Right.
created it. How can we rule this out? And he asked, he did that with Ted Owens, because Ted Owens is this person that they had categorized, SRI, saying, we've got this problem. We can't afford to have this problem while we're dealing with government. No. He's a loose cannon. He's reckless. No. We can't have this happen. And then Mishlove goes, okay, well, if you can manifest UFOs, manifest one tomorrow. If you're the causation, you manifest. Okay, I'm not directing that to Amber. Amber's saying, "Oh, I'm witnessing this," and we're getting it with the change in cell phones now, right? These things are able to detect spectrum, infrared frequencies or frequencies outside of the normal spectrum that we can't see, and it's now picking these things up. That's why there's this whole disclosure thing, because they're saying, "Oh, well, any kid in the backyard can go and film these things now." Just because of normal technology that you've got in your hand, which we didn't have access to even maybe 5 years ago.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Courtney Brown, Professor Courtney Brown
is a great example. Amber is a great example of someone who pursued her self-interests, things she was drawn towards. And, that's what I'm suggesting people do. That's part of our healing, is to do these things, to pursue and look into things that we're drawn to. I'm personally not drawn to these things, but it doesn't mean that just because I'm not, doesn't mean that she can't be.
Yeah. I had a pioneer sister, JW community, say to me, Matt, I saw a Ghanaian princess. She's a Ghanaian princess, right?
Welcome, Amber.
Hi.
Hi, Amber.
Hi. I was just wondering really quick.
Amber has joined us.
Can
you speak up, Amber?
Did you by chance get the video that I sent you on your phone?
Ooh.
There was one with like this thing that looked like a potato and it kept growing.
A potato? Oh, no, not that one. I just sent it to you right now. It's of the...
Oh, no, I haven't seen them. No.
Because I was thinking maybe you could share it. I don't know.
I don't know how to do the sharing.
Oh.
I have to learn how to do that.
I wonder if I could.
Okay.
I don't think I know how to use this thing well enough, but it was very interesting. I take my son to the gym, and instead of going in myself, I will sit in the car and wait for him. And yesterday, I was like, it had been kind of rainy, and there was some clouds out, and we started to get some lightning. And so I got out of my car and I pointed my camera up towards where we had been seeing the lightning, because I thought it would be really pretty to take a video of some of the lightning.
Yes.
And instead I got these 3 different lights that came. First, they were starting to come in different areas and kind of crisscrossing each other. And I thought, okay, 2 lights, like at the dealership when you buy a car, when they're trying to advertise stuff, they do those lights, Yeah. And I was thinking, oh, maybe it's that. So I'm like looking all around. I don't see anything like that anywhere. And in that area, they don't usually do that they don't have anything like that over there. It's like there's a hospital right there. So I'm like, in the parking lot where I was, there were quite a few lights in that parking lot. So the video that I got had a little bit of shining light from the parking lot itself. So I'm trying to decipher, the parking lot light and
daytime
glow.
or nighttime. By the way, Matthew, this is Amber, and Amber, this is Matthew.
Hi, Matthew.
Good to be with you, Amber.
So,
were you filming this during the day or at nighttime?
No, it was at night.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was at night, and I wasn't expecting to get anything like that. I was just like pointed my camera at the sky, just waiting for some lightning. Yeah.
I would do the same thing too.
It was weird. So then it was 3 separate lights, and they were crisscrossing each other, and that's what made me kind of look, to see if there was something else going on, some lighting, something. Nothing though. And then they like start to sync up. So they go like really close together, and they're like little lights. And they start going like blink, 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 right one after the other.
Right.
And you can just see it kind of hovering there, whatever it is. And it was just the strangest thing. So I thought, okay, I'm not crazy. Like, I got it on video. I'm not crazy. But the boys come out of the gym, and I'm like, you guys, I got to show you something. And so we go across the street into Kaiser has a facility right there, but it's all dark because there's nothing going on there right now. So we sit right there, and I said, look up at the sky. Tell me what you see. And at first it was like nothing. And Braden's like, well, Mom, we got to go. And I'm like, just look. And so he looks, and then it starts happening again. And he's like, oh my God, that's crazy. Oh my God, what is that? What is that? We're all like, what is that? But
Wow.
I'm hearing it's happening a lot here in California. There's been a lot of different sightings, and very clear sightings of actual ships in the sky. Very clear.
Wow.
Like, mine was lights behind a cloud, but I have seen some others that are not too far from me that are saucers.
That's a trip.
And then also another like rectangle type ship that has like the 3 lights on it, like what I was seeing behind the cloud. But I don't know, because I was just seeing lights behind the cloud. But I hear a lot about Project Bluebeam and how they're supposed to be like this fake alien invasion, which is supposed to have people running to the government for help, which helps them to take away more of our freedoms.
Oh, interesting.
Long story, but
Project Bluebeam. Interesting.
yeah, you'll have to look that up. Or have you looked it up?
I have not. This is the first time I'm hearing about it.
Yeah,
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, I have to check it out.
So what I've done, Linda James, in the reference here, just to ground it, so that your channel stays without getting a smack over the wrist. I've put into the chat, New Thinking Aloud Dialogues, UFO and UAP, Are We Really Alone? And I've put the Amazon link to that research, because the approach that New Thinking Aloud has, and it's made up of Dr. Jeffrey Mishlove, it's made up of Deborah Lynn Katz. Russell Targ is friends with Jeffrey Mishlove. This literature here, which supports Amber's what she's talking about here, this has been peer reviewed. Robert Bigelow, who sends up space habitats, right? He endorses Jeffrey Mishlove. In fact, he gave Jeffrey Mishlove $500,000 US, $500,000 for his afterlife studies, and it's the same approach that New Thinking Aloud has done with UFOs and UAPs, just to ground reality with what we do know and what we don't know.
Yeah.
Amber, does that support you well?
Yeah, I think so.
And I just made you a moderator, Amber.
Oh, okay.
And that would allow you to put up some links if you want to share them.
Oh, okay. Let me see how. I am so not tech savvy. It's horrible. I need to.
It would be a copy and paste kind of thing from a link, but yeah, that if you want to, or if you.
Let me see if I can grab it.
Do it either.
Okay, let me see if I can grab it.
Okay.
So a lot of these reports that Amber's talking about, Service Desk would get them for years. I mean, we've got 140 years of this stuff, eh?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And so the deliberate policy on Service Desk was not to talk about it. And the reason being because of scientism.
Because of scientism?
Scientism, and it was again control. If in fact, if you became a professor or you became a doctor, and you started going into what Amber's talking about, you would get slapped over the wrist with a denial of tenure.
Yeah.
You had to secure your tenure, get your credentials, and earn your keep. Once you've got your earnings, then maybe when you've retired or you become emeritus or whatever, then you could probably talk about it. But it was heavily guarded. And in the same way as in JW, you weren't allowed to talk about it. But they printed it in the 1990 Awake. They did the whole interview with the extraterrestrial in the Awake magazine. Can I find it for you?
Yes, please. I heard earlier tonight that Awake is not really it's kind of a different kind of magazine.
Yeah, they tell you. But they did the whole interview with an extraterrestrial in the Awake magazine. Okay, here we go. Awake 1990, 11/8. Awake 1990, 11/8. UFOs, can they be identified? Under the heading, is there an occult influence? Welcome, Purple. Nice to see you.
Hi, Purple.
And under is there an occult influence, the interview with the extraterrestrial says there's no such thing as death, there's no such thing as good or evil. Creation, evolution, and reincarnation are valid processes at work in the universe. We, the ETs, are not here to control or rule you, but to guide you. The earth will soon undergo tremendous cataclysmic changes. When these changes are completed, less than 1 out of 1,000 of the present population will still be alive. And of course, the Awake goes on to say, well, basically, we are talking about extraterrestrials because what's Jehovah?
Right.
Right? Oh, my goodness. Welcome, Dallas. And Purple?
Hiya, Dallas. Hiya, Purple.
I have a unique UFO story.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, this was way back in the 70s when we didn't have the internet, they didn't have drones or anything like that. But my stepbrother and I, we put together some parts from couple of broken models he had, and we designed our own spaceship, and we put a couple of LEDs in it, and we ran a fishing line from his second-story bedroom window over the garage and around the power lines in the alley and back to the house.
Wow.
And when it got dark, we put the model on the fishing line and we ran it back and forth between the house and the alley a few times. And when the local paper came out the next day, the police blotter had about a dozen sightings of UFO.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Wow.
So I mean that's two teenagers in the 70s could pull this hoax. So I have to be kind of skeptical of any of the sightings, especially now that anybody can get one of these flying drones off of Amazon for $30.
Yeah, that's true.
So if it's just lights in the sky, I'm not taking that to be anything unless there's more to it.
There could be a lot of explanations for that.
Yeah.
Welcome, Grey Wolf.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Actually-
Welcome.
Dallas, did you have something you wanted to contribute?
Yeah, y'all talking about these UFOs, even
Check
though
that
I don't think aliens are even real. They ain't real,
Why?
Okay.
Why do you think that?
and it's because I never thought they were, but of course, just spaceships which are operated by man astronauts. They're real.
But I mean, we have such a vast universe.
We do, but
systems.
we just don't understand it all.
We just couldn't possibly be the only beings here. There's no way.
I think statistically, just the odds are it's pretty much inevitable that there are other planets with life.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not any of them have been able to, develop spaceships, and even if they did, is there any reason for them to come here?
Well,
Yes,
take a look.
yeah.
Pull up that image I have shared there.
Wait, I don't see an image.
It's not up yet.
Oh,
There we are. Okay.
yeah, it looked kind of like that.
Well, this was reported
right.
by Australians and other places. Is in South Wales, Queensland. This is not a UFO.
What is it?
This is a separation from a Chinese rocket.
Oh, interesting. Can
But
you
people-
pull up my video?
But people definitely did see it and thought it was a UFO. So there are, you can easily mistake things that are going on that are much more mundane than aliens visiting us.
Well, UFO just means unidentified flying object.
Yeah, that's the thing I was saying
Yeah.
in the chat. You always forget that U in there is unidentified, means we don't know what that is.
So it could be a Chinese rocket.
I think it could be, and it could be that, and it could. Sometimes I think it's an enemy rocket. Sometimes it is.
I remember one in story. We were listening to the police broadband. We had a thing that tapped into their frequency. And we were listening to it. And somebody reported seeing a UFO in the sky, and it later turned out it was the moon.
No way. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Wow.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So at what point is it a UAP? And when it is now discovered, it no longer is a UAP.
Correct.
Well, see, a UFO is an unidentified flying object. So if it lands, then it's just a UO. It's an unidentified object. Then if you figure out what it is, it's just an object.
And we switched to UAP as
All the
unidentified aerial phenomena. So because not all the things that we label as UFOs are objects.
Yeah, but Mage, what you said about the, about the one that it was the moon. There was an instance in the 1960s, I forget quite what year it was, that the U.S. defense computer, just due to an odd radar reflection, thought that the rising moon was Russian rockets coming in.
Wow. Okay.
That's
So
interesting.
they almost started a nuclear war just because the moon was rising.
And you also see those images, these the jets that's locking in on some object and it's flying by with another. Well, first of all, keep in mind a lot of those images came after they updated the cameras, so that might have been an artifact next to the cameras. Another possibility is that they were just testing it out on a bird, and it just created a false sense of movement and being much faster than it actually was.
Okay, I have a question. Is anybody on the panel or in the audience experiencing pain? Because my hands just lit up on fire, and they usually do that. Like the Reiki starts to pour through when there's somebody who is like suffering or in pain.
Amber, I'm always in pain.
Then it's maybe you.
Yeah, same here.
And
arthritis is always-
if it is drawing from you, it's unintentional.
That's okay. It just will, like, I know something's going on because, yeah, the energy is like trying to flow.
I don't mind disclosing what the issue is.
Please do.
Yeah.
I got a hypoxia injury, but it's also the trauma from the spiritual abuse that's been accumulating for over years. And yes, I have been in very strange situations. Most of my career has been in Africa. So when it comes to strangeness, UFOs, UAPs, demon manifestations, materializations, you name it, whatever. Yeah. I've had the whole lot in all sorts of countries: Botswana, Lesotho, Swaziland, Eswatini, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, the whole lot. You name it, it's happened. Okay, so and it just accumulated. It accumulated and accumulated and accumulated, and when the organization got fractured and they put in their new governing body and they wanted a shift in the way things were, I got caught in the crossfire just by doing my work, and this is the result. I was exposed to very high extreme environments, and I got to a point, Linda knows, that I just thought, well, it's my time to die. But I didn't die, and the will of life reasserted itself, and I'm still here. So if you want to call it a near-death experience, and not just one, but many, 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 many near-death experiences, I've had them. I enjoy being alive. My family intervened to bring me back from the brink. And here I am talking on this show with all of you great people. But I'm still in this healing phase. I can't knock. I feel like my head's been bitten by a dog every day.
I'm sorry.
Never die unless you are certain you have exhausted all other possibilities.
I went into the whole timeless awareness thing. I was losing track of time. I was getting caught in alternate realities as my oxygen was depleted. I could measure it on the oxygen meter. I wasn't afraid to go. I just thought this is my exit point, and I was kind of resolved with it because I've made my various stands, and we were in the middle of the big global virus.
Yeah.
And I was just resolved, this is my exit point. That's what happened. No mystery. So if Amber, if you are feeling connected to the universe in the way that you are, and it's not depleting your energy and you're just allowing the flow from the current of the universe, then I appreciate that very much with deep gratitude.
Yes, absolutely.
But if it affects you in any way, let me know.
I'm okay.
Thank you.
Amber starts talking about seeing 3 lights up in the sky, and 4 other people joined us. No, she and 3 others. So, hi, Dallas.
As to the side chat, Pep says, I had demonic encounters while taking LSD.
LSD was something that was, I think it was, I don't know enough to talk about it, but I think it was used in studies with the MK Ultra, and there was this one guy named Jolly West, and a big elephant died, and they say they got rid of all the info that they studied on, but I doubt it, and who knows, Who knows?
I don't know about the elephant, but yes, the U.S. military was doing some experiments with it, seeing if they could basically use it for like a super soldier who, wouldn't get worn out fighting.
Yeah. In Australia, there was a cult run by a female who talked people into giving her their children, and she bleached all of their hair blonde, and she would use I believe it was the LSD hallucinogenics on them as she was indoctrinating them. So it's something that has been used in high control groups, but I don't believe every high control group does that.
No, but I've had experiences with night terrors, which I can certainly see. You know, if there's something that you believe in, could be seen as being a demonic encounter. Because yes, I have, you know, seen a figure lurking around in the room, and I was completely paralyzed and unable to move.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I know what you're talking about. When you're awake, but you can't move, it's that.
Yep.
What is that called? Like sleep paralysis?
Yeah, sleep paralysis. You know, and I still have those episodes with the night terrors like that. You know, once or twice a year. And even when I know what it is, you know, it's still terrifying even knowing what it is.
Yes.
Just because you know, I can't move. And even when I had somebody sleeping right next to me, I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't alert the person in the bed with me that this is really fucked up. I need help.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it happened to Jung. I mean, here you've got a leading psychologist, and it happened to him. So,
it happened to who?
Jung, Jung.
Just enjoy the hallucination. The paralysis will wear off eventually.
So they discovered a couple of things about the sleep paralysis. One, yes, it happens because you can't, because we have vivid dreams, right? You can't now have the body all doing this in accordance with what's happening in the animation in the dream, right? So you have the release of the chemical, switches it all off. Dunk, right, now you're in paralysis. Yeah. So that's one aspect. So another thing that happened in Discovery with Jacques Vallée, right, is they found that it wasn't all just sleep paralysis. Sean Esbon Hargrens of CIHS, California Institute for Human Studies or Sciences, right, talks of egregores and he talks of tulpas, right? In African society, you have manifestation of these egregores. I think you used the word demonic, Purple. So from your point of view, from your framework, you report it as a demonic incident. Another person will refer to it in another way. Does this mean that it's only one particular experience and one particular conclusion that's happening, that, oh yes, it's a person that's in sleep paralysis, which is a normal biological thing? Or now you have Jacques Vallée who's saying, no, hang on a second, we've taken a scientific approach, which is what Bigelow said in his consciousness studies. He says, no, let's get to the bottom of this thing because we're getting different data coming through. It's not just a biological response because that's how the brain works with sleep. We're actually saying that there is an entity involved, and we're getting data coming through, which is what Danny Sheehan is presenting or having to deal with in the court system, and saying, well, we can't rule this out. We're inconclusive, but we've got this other data that's coming through. The government set up institutions that's telling us that there's different data coming through, and we are alarmed by it. And Israel is telling us a different story. We can't rule these things out. So yes, there is the possibility. There's always the sigma that says, yes, we cannot be conclusive. And that's the beauty of being able to investigate these things with proper critical thinking.
They have done medical studies, and they have shown that they can actually induce that state of the sleep paralysis and hallucination in a person.
I think I'm wearing the wrong hat here. There we go.
That's Monroe Institute did that. Monroe Institute did all of that. Phenomenal. Bigelow did it in the centrifuge. So when they're sending you through G training in the centrifuge, because they're going to send you up into outer space, zero gravity, they found that they were having the same kind of situation as with dimethyltryptamine or ibogaine, right, which was a chemically induced situation. But they were finding that it wasn't those chemicals in the bloodstream, except your natural occurring DMT, which they say is in the lungs or it's in the suprachiasmic system in the brain, which is where your temples is direct center, at the end of the pons, where the pons terminates in the brain, and you've got your suprachiasmic region with your cerebrospinal fluid, which is bathing your pineal and pituitary gland, right? So Bigelow was saying, and I mean, Bigelow is winning all of these massive contracts for space habitats. Okay, so he says, "Oh, look what's happening when we're putting people through the centrifuge. They're all coming back with these out-of-body experiences, and we're testing them. We're saying, oh, please, can you tell us what happened in this other room?" And PhD Paul Smith to explain this thing as mindsight.
We haven't actually managed to pull that off.
I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back, but I'll be listening through my other device. I'll be right back,
I'm
guys.
stirring the pot here for conversation.
And I thought Bigelow only made tea.
Well, it's a super brew.
I
Welcome.
experienced quite a bit of that sleep paralysis, but I always thought that I did realize that when I would sleep and dream that my spirit leaves my body, and then it would come back, but not be fully back in my body, and that's when I would become aware and I couldn't move. But there were times where I would specifically have an entity sitting on my chest, and I could feel that. And I had wondered, like, why doesn't the name of Jehovah make this thing go away? And it never did.
Yeah. Yeah. So service desk would get those reports.
Well, that's because you need to
And
be
that's
praying
why
to
they
Joe
didn't
Pesci.
publish it.
Because I need to be praying to Joe Pesci.
Yeah.
Joe Pesci.
He
Joe
get things
Pesci.
done.
Joe Pesci will get things done. Yeah.
Wait. Oh, I thought you said Joe Pesci, like you were making
Joe Pesci. Yeah, Joe Pesci.
Oh, okay.
What's it? The mafia guy. Yeah.
But as for the centrifuge thing in causing an out-of-body experiences, this is probably a combination of fluid shifting, affecting the inner ear, or basically it's kind of causing distortions with your body. But it also can it's also causing a cognitive overload in your brain.
Yeah. So you have to rule that out. You have to say, now, can that be recreated outside of a centrifuge condition? You see, so that's why you get somebody like that.
It's the pressure. It's the pressure on you from the centrifuge itself that would be causing it. So you'd be, that's what that's a physical. That's physically what's going on with the body causing that.
And so if you've got a release of DMT, will it come out in the urine, for instance? So there's certain tests that you can, and remember, it's a very fragile molecule. It's also called the God molecule. It's called the God molecule for a reason. But you would be able to now do certain tests, like a urine test, for instance, and say, oh, does it come out here? Or certain tests on the blood and say, is it there? And is it only localized to the lungs, and is it only localized to the inner part of the brain? So that's why you have PhDs coming together and Bigelow assembling them for the consciousness study, saying, okay, the centrifuge, we've got this reason here. We can now explain it as you've just explained it now and said, oh, these are the reasons.
So they were finding DMT in the person's system after being in the centrifuge?
Well, that would be part of the scientific discovery, to rule out all of these explanations, because you'll get someone like Jeffrey Mishlove. He comes in and he says, I've got to apply skepticism for this. If there's psi functioning or a report of psi functioning, as a responsible psychologist, clinical psychologist, but a parapsychologist, I have to rule out these things. Why? Because my whole job is not to come to a conclusion. No, that's not my job. I don't make conclusions about this. All I do is I help persons to integrate that information and have the freedom to do so without coming down on them and saying, oh, well, we can't talk about this, as taboo, because this is creating psychosis. It's creating wrong conclusions, and persons are jumping to these wrong conclusions. That's no good.
Yeah, I
So
do
that
agree.
whole
I do agree. We do need to rule out the mundane before we jump into more fantastic possibilities.
into
Yeah.
Jack Valet.
Well,
That's
and
what he does.
I used to, I used to believe in these kind of things about like interdimensional creatures and that, but the more I learned about it and just about how the human brain works, and realizing that in retrospect, all of these things were probably hallucinations I was having brought on by sleep deprivation.
And for instance, taking the DMP thing, and that's well known for causing hallucinations and the feeling of out of body experiences, even feeling like you're meeting a god.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, with near-death experiences, is we find that people will naturally release DMT under these stressful conditions. Probably some mechanism to try and keep the brain going would be my hypothesis, but that's kind of getting a little bit of speculation there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I was living.
But we're looking at a situation where the brain's already misfiring due to being near death, and now we're flooding the system with a hallucinogenic.
Yeah. But I was living in a very stressful situation and not getting nearly enough sleep. So I mean, for me, it seems there was a, more mundane explanation that, did not really require there to be anything otherworldly about it.
So that leaves us to the question that these experiences people have meeting that deceased loved ones, seeing God, seeing sometimes some people see demon and so whatnot with out of body experiences or feeling out of body experiences. Is it an actual out of body experience, or is it that they're tripping balls on this DMT that was released in their system and their brains are misfiring?
Yeah, I did also have experiences where I thought I was astral projecting, that I thought my spirit was actually leaving my body.
So one of the things that was done at the branches was they would introduce the Dwelling Together in Unity manual, which is starts off with Jacob's ladder. So it's that account in Genesis. I can't remember 22 or 28. I can't remember, but it's where Jacob awakes from sleep and he puts the stone down at Luz, which is light, and calls it Bethel. So the whole idea there is based upon your psychological programming, your psycho-spiritual programming from Bible Book of Stories all the way up. You now interpret life from that framework, from a religious education framework. So that's what's now giving definitions to your archetypes, for instance, to these experiences. And you're saying, well, is that shaping my experience? And now I'm attributing it to Jehovah and to the Jehovah's Witness framework. Yeah, absolutely. Because you can't say that somebody in the Aborigine tribes in Australia isn't having the same type of experiences, but now how are they interpreting that data? They're saying, well, they're having the same experience, but they don't now attribute that to Jehovah. They haven't heard about Jehovah. They haven't heard about Watchtower. They haven't heard about all of this, but they're having these kind of experiences. So is that part of our human makeup, part of our biology, that is creating these archetypes? These are the kind of questions that we weren't free to be able to explore as JW or in these high control societies, or even in America, which is what Danny Sheehan is saying. He's saying, I'm not coming to conclusions. I'm just saying, please, can we free up the information, because the president isn't even allowed to ask these questions. The decisions are being made for him as to what these UAPs and UFOs are all about. We need to get this data out in the open so that we can have the critical thought and have the discussions. We're being told, no, sorry, you don't have the clearance to be able to discuss this kind of thing. Oh, it's come out now that a kid with a cell phone can now, with the infrared activated, can take a picture like Amber has and put it on TikTok. What's that all about? Are we allowed to discuss that? Or no. We're blocking your TikTok account. Sheehan is saying, no, you can't do that. It's come to a saturation point where we have to be able to discuss all these varying points of view and create synthesis. That's where we are. So interesting times.
And are they really UFOs or are they just crappy photography?
Well, that doesn't matter. What if somebody experiences a UFO and there isn't a photograph? Did it not happen? Is it just now a figment of that person's information? Is it an egregore that is created by these kind of conversations that is the person's overheard it, or they've picked up some of that information and they've created this thing? Imagination's a powerful place.
I wouldn't entirely rule that out, considering we do know that false memories are a possibility.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
And
I've
then
had them happen to me.
Yeah. Peps is saying something interesting. Could it be opening our consciousness to up to another dimension? Well, I'll lend support to Peps 1975. Russell Targ says we live in an 8th dimensional reality. Why did he say that? He said that to overcome the scientism that's in the mainstream universities and academic institutions. Because look what happened to him. He wasn't even allowed to give a TED talk. They pulled it off YouTube. No. We're not going to have this laser physicist who's lost his brain. And they restored it again. And there was an apology, basically. I would say not an official apology, but there was an apology by reinstituting his TED talk. So if you've got somebody who's worked to the development of lasers and has forwarded our technology tremendously, and they're saying, no, you're not allowed to talk, Russell. Shut your mouth. That's scientism. That's religious scientism. That's done that. And he's going, no, I know how to fix this. We're in an 8th dimensional reality, because that satisfies somebody like Hawkins, that puts it into mathematical terminology, and it satisfies academia, because now I haven't stepped on any toes by getting into mythos or mysticism or Buddhist viewpoint or religious viewpoint or non-religious viewpoint. I've now made it palatable for discussion for most of society. And that's when they reinstituted.
I think a good argument against UFOs. I think a good argument against UFOs is that we started seeing them around the same time we started seeing them on TV.
Sure, and then when you go to Egypt and you go to Peru and places like this, or you go to Zulu culture and you discover that it's been reported for years and years and years, or you go to Ireland and you discover that it's in cave paintings and things like this.
That's a little bit of an overstatement. But what we calling it a UFO, maybe you have seen other phenomena that they might have thought was something else, but saying it was for instance, let's say maybe they saw a cloud that looked like a flying saucer. We have clouds that do form that way.
And what was Plato reporting? You see, so this is as old as archetypes. It's as old as humanity.
Yeah.
Because people have always been experiencing these things. They just have different language. That's all.
Yeah. But again, if it was the same thing I was experiencing, it's things that can just be created within the human brain. There doesn't have to be any external phenomena.
Yeah. So the experience precedes language. Somebody who can't speak, I want to say a deaf person or person who's using sign language. So does it invalidate their experience? They just might be lacking the communication skills and saying, it's a bright light. Ding, 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 ding. It's this.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it goes back to prehistoric people had these experiences and just didn't know what they were.
Hey, guys.
Yeah. My dad has auras, for instance, so he has color weakness, not color blind, it's color weak. And so he says, I'm having a migraine. Yeah, auras. You say, well, what's going on? Is it an unpleasant experience? He says, no, not exactly. I'm just seeing all of these colors and things. I said, people pay for psychedelics to have your experience.
Yeah, that's a visual headache. It's actually going on in the brain.
Yeah. So could you say that?
I get those sometimes. I get those sometimes myself.
Yeah, Amber was trying to say something.
Oh, sorry.
Hold up just a second. Amber was just wanting to say something real quick.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'm getting super sleepy, so I'm going to say goodnight. I did link the video if anybody's interested in seeing. It's pretty active all the way through, whatever it is. And I will see you guys next time.
Good night.
Thank you,
Good
Kate,
night.
for joining us.
Amber, it was really good having you with us. It was a lot of fun. Look how many people responded.
That was awesome.
It is totally awesome. It was like 5 minutes to closing time, and Amber's like shows up, and then everybody shows up right there. See how popular you are?
And
Think it was
Amber,
tough.
thank you for your healing vibe
Yes.
and your
yes.
love and your light. It certainly comes through very loudly. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, if you need, I can do distant Reiki, and so just maybe inbox me or something and let me know that you that you're in need.
Or follow your intuition because it's powerful, Amber.
Thank you. Alrighty. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Amber. Thank you for
night.
showing up.
Night.
And I just also wanted to say, Dallas, I muted you. And if you want to say something, unmute yourself and say something. But I wanted to say the reason why I muted you was because I could hear you breathing. And just like any movement you made, I could hear it. And it felt distracting. So that's why I muted you. I don't want you to think I muted you because I don't want to hear what you have to say.
Okay,
If
so
you
that's
need
where
to
that
say
was coming
something,
from.
Unmute
We want to hear
yourself.
about your roller skates, Dallas.
Pick up where y'all were. Yeah, carry on.
Well, if they've got the math right, we have to live in an 11-dimensional universe because that's required for the Stargates to operate.
There you go.
Purple, what was that? Did you say 11th dimension?
According to Stargate, we have to live in an 11-dimensional universe, otherwise the Stargates won't function.
Okay.
Oh, and I have Kitty Cat here telling me that I was supposed to be asleep already.
Are you talking real talk, Purple, or is this like the
No, that
spinal
was
tap?
from the TV show.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have to is more than just 8.
And actually, somebody did do that. Some theoretical physicist came up with that, doing the math about
Yeah.
whether or not a Stargate would be possible, and that's what he concluded.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think of an interview with Jeremiah Broadway. He thinks in terms of mathematics like you described, Purple. I do engage to a certain point, but I also realize that certain, like Russell Crowe doing the Beautiful Mind, thinking in terms of mathematics as a even a metaphorical framework, but explaining things in mathematical terms. Hawking was able to do this when he said that information isn't destroyed, and I'll put it very crudely, saying that it's at the edge of the black hole. Now, of course, that was overturned, but for a long time, that was a working metaphorical description in mathematical terms, basically saying, oh, we've got Akashic records, or if you want to say in biblical terms, that's scrolls of life. So all it is it's just shifting what different minds are able to articulate in certain ways, be it upon education or just how persons are wired. But you can bridge, if you're humble enough, you can actually bridge all of these different ways of
Well, what
looking
you're
at it.
saying about black holes, though, that's just using mathematics with the scientific method. That somebody was testing what was the accepted theory by most people and found out that there was a problem with it. That the accepted theory only worked up to a certain point. So then they had to replace it with a new theory.
Yeah, that's what happens with E equals mc squared. It's been useful in our materialistic viewpoint for how many years? It's brought us to cell phones and computers and microwave links. But you've got to actually dismantle it in order to move forward. You've got to dismantle it because it's crude. Is it useless? No. We've got the evidence that it's been beneficial, if you want to say that it got us to atomic energy. But of course, then we dropped a bomb on Hiroshima.
It might be more accurate. We need to expand on it.
It works.
So you've got to dismantle it.
The
So
only
I wanna
read
question
a
is
comment.
whether or not the speed of light is an absolute limit, or whether there is some way to go beyond that.
Absolutely, and already it's been shown. You've got your antithesis for that. You've already got that. I could probably find it because it's been discussed in the past month on the frontline scientific circles.
Okay, Linda wants to read something, and since it's her channel, I suppose we have to let her talk once in a while.
Thank you. Thank you.
If we must.
You guys are so kind. Okay, so I wanted to read a comment and then let you know that I'm going to close down in about 10 minutes. So just to give you a heads up. So Big Mac says, I just found a letter to my mom from my aunt in 1974 acknowledging UFO sightings that local police were even seeing. So they couldn't blame it on people being drunk. True story. Big Mac, I heard about your mother, and I'm sorry to hear about her passing. But you had talked about the times you were going over there and everything, and I'm glad you were able to take the time to do that. So I'm picturing this as him going through some of her things, and he just found this letter. Yeah. That's what I wanted to read. So Happy Thoughts says it's too easy to point to drunk people, therefore you can't believe anything they say. I think one of the first people that did a confirmation of a UFO sighting, I think they were like an interracial couple. I can't think of their names, but yeah, that was a big deal. That they were. It's a long time ago. I don't know. I don't recall the whole story, but yeah.
Well, I know there was a couple, I think it was back in like 58 or 59, that, they had this whole thing about being abducted and everything. But
About being what?
About being abducted, taken aboard a flying saucer and being experimented on. And when people really started looking into it, it really seemed that it was the therapist that they were talking to about this had been making suggestions.
Ah.
No, there's a little bit more to that, but
yeah.
That's no one of those examples of being influenced by TV.
Yeah, basically just creating false memories that they honestly believed this is what they had experienced. But, it could be tracked down that it was this therapist, making suggestions based on some TV shows that were on at the time.
Yeah, that false memory thing is pretty intriguing.
Then they also have a lot of frauds in this as well.
Mm-hmm.
Who've gotten pretty famous.
Yeah. Well, that's why I, wanted to bring up my thing about that in the 70s we managed to do a little UFO hoax. So
that's very cool.
I mean, somebody who's good with electronics and has a drone could put on a really good light show up there.
Yeah.
So would you say that was responding to the trickster archetype that is within you?
Well, yeah, it's just a typical teenagers pulling a prank.
Yeah, so is the trickster part of our universe, consciousness in our universe? I mean, is the trickster element something that manifests not just as a teenager, but reoccurs in all kinds of society and in all kinds of ways? And is there something more to it than than just a teenager prank? Maybe the trickster thing is something that we live in all kinds of spheres.
So the couple I was talking about, the interracial couple, Betty and Barney Hill.
Yeah.
Yep, that'd be it.
Abducted. That was 1961, and at that time, interracial couples were not necessarily viewed as it was usually viewed as a bad thing.
That was
Yeah.
still illegal in many states.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. So to me, for them to be an interracial couple, I would think that would maybe give them some hesitation to even say that they had a UFO sighting, which, probably wouldn't easily be accepted either. To me, it would add to that. It would distract from the story, is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Racism would. Yeah. So that's their name, Betty and Barney Hill. They were abducted in 1961. Yeah. So let me have you guys take turns on saying goodnight and whatever your last thoughts you'd like to share. And let's start with Purple. Do you have anything you'd like to share tonight before we say goodnight?
No, nothing more. I've had my say here.
Okay, how about you, Dallas? Are you awake to say goodnight?
Well, I am, and well, I well, just this about this thinking about how we need to. It was so detailed, and to learn how to make certain choices in life, and some things it takes more time than others for certain people.
Yes.
And so many other things, and there's so many illustrations.
Thank you, Dallas. By the way, you had asked about, I don't remember her name. You said you missed her. Wise, I forget.
Becky.
So she left me a message the day after that show when you said you missed her. And I said, you must have heard last night's show. She had not. So she stopped showing up here. I mean, she might still kind of come and visit and listen, but she got to a point where she had scheduled some of these shows, previous Jehovah's Witness shows, and it was just bringing her too much anxiety to do other things plus these things. So she just unsubscribed to them. And, she's like, I totally love you, but I just unsubscribed, and this was why. And I was laughing at her at first, telling her, I've been wanting to know why you didn't show up, but I didn't want to give you that whole questioning thing like I'm one of the elders. And we both had a good laugh about that. But this is what we're doing here is like a part of the healing journey, and you might grow out of it. Like, for instance, Amber was it's an Amber thing. She was kind of like not involved for quite a while. And she used to be very involved. And then it was like there was a break, and then something came up and it brought her back in to this community a bit. And she's put up some videos and everything. And that's normal too. So this is not a situation where you would need to feel like obligated. It's just support. Okay.
It is. And, I feel that way, that I might feel that way, because we do have our grievances there, and there ain't nothing wrong with dropping by and visiting as well. Same as with you being on Ruby and Jimmy's channel. You remember, you're welcome to drop by and see us.
Right. I'm actually
and any of them.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So,
and you never know. I might just take a break from certain things, but I do have my family on different channels.
Okay. Yeah. So when we notice that somebody's kind of dropped off, like I got a phone call from Mia T, Martha, and I didn't know she had stepped away, but she had. She just came to a point where she was kind of like had her fill of it, of being part of this community, so she stepped away. But I like go into the I go into like Facebook and Instagram and kind of post for when the shows are going to come up. But if I spend too much time there, it's 4 hours later. So I try to get in there and get out. So I've actually cut down on some of my socializing with social media for my own sense of well-being. Gray Wolf, did you want to share anything before we say goodnight?
Given the conversation, I would just say you question everything, but keep an open mind, but not so open that your brain falls out.
Oh, that is a great advice. That is
Well, thank you for that right there. Thank you.
Yes, let's keep a hold of our mind and not let it fall out. How about you, Matthew? Did you want to share anything before we say goodnight?
Well, Linda James, thank you very much for your grace in hosting this and for inviting me on and to have a voice. I think you rounded out beautifully. I think the community is fabulous. The chirping that's been going on is just fabulous. Mage Grey Wolf, the healthy skepticism. You've even put skeptic on your imagery.
This is actually for something I was doing called the Phenomena Files, those where they were talking about UFOs and all sorts of other things, and I told them, well, I'm an atheist, I'm a skeptic. You want me on? I'm going to be questioning these things. Like, oh, that's perfect. So I came on as the resident skeptic.
Yeah, and you bring in a very important element that has been often denied. And so I don't want to just focus on you, Mage Wolf, but at the same time, I want to acknowledge that. And the reason is just to honor everybody here, which is what Linda James's intent is. And I think from the conversation, I hear that. And I want to sincerely thank the healing community here, be it ex-JW, be it functioning JW, or non, or persons who were never involved in high control religion or surviving abuse or spiritual abuse. But what truly stands out is how people with very different situations and viewpoints are able to come together with a shared intention. Healing, Amber is right there. I mean, she has another approach there, but it's an intent of healing, to listen, to dignify. She's reaching out. She's saying, is there anybody in pain? Purple chirps up, and I'm listening to that, and I'm going, wow, the amount of dignity that's coming through is phenomenal. Dallas moving again. You keep doing it, Dallas. There was a visitor who showed real sensitivity and came forward at great risk tonight on Rick Fearon. I think Nicole was there, the usual group, Pixie. And Dallas, you gave respect towards a person who's still got children, if I caught that correctly, within the JW system. And so she couldn't really fully reveal herself, but she started talking, and I heard Maverick just click into gear, and I went, oh, okay, you're doing it. So the care shown during that open telephone line after the show just demonstrated genuine humanity and emotional safety. So Mage Wolf, Purple, the dignity that you bring, Amber, the presence as a Reiki healer, it brought attentiveness, it brought compassion, especially in noticing where pain relief or gentle support might be needed, or different viewpoints. And so just that awareness deeply matters in spaces of recovery. And so, yeah, Mage Grey Wolf, you've brought in the healthy skepticism, the proper critical thinking. It represents grounding, questioning, critical thinking that can coexist with compassion and healing rather than opposing it. And Linda James, yes, your channel. It's heartfelt. You facilitate it at risk, via YouTube, via StreamYard, a respectful, balanced, humane space. And maybe I'm yakking too much, but it's a wonderful creative room for complexity, caution, care, and dignity that isn't a small achievement. So I say I'm very grateful for this community that understands the nuance and protects one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, Matthew. And I'm thankful for everybody that showed up and joined us tonight. Earlier tonight, I called Matthew worldly. And the reason I did is because of the actual definition of worldly. Plus, it was a term used within this organization and some Christian churches as a loaded language. Scripture says that Jesus was no part of the world. And so the term worldly in the dictionary talks about somebody who's savvy, somebody who's educated, somebody who's traveled and has wisdom. That's the definition of worldly. But within the Organization of Jehovah's Witnesses and some churches, it's a bad term. It means that you're being too much part of the world in a negative way and very ungodly. Okay, so I kept telling him over and over again that this was a compliment. I was using the terminology in ordinary dictionary term. Did you want to add to that?
I like that, and it ain't a contemptible word. It's only contemptible in cults.
Yeah, the term loaded language is where usually a certain culture will take a word and change the definition of the word to mean something else, or else they'll keep the definition but add more onto it, kind of like a loaded baked potato.
Woke.
Woke?
That's a good example.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe so.
That's one of them.
I haven't thought about it as being woke. That's interesting. I'll have to give that some thought.
The term itself there's another definition that was added around I think 2019, 2020, and that's what you see a lot of people going with anti-woke, running with. Now that's been even muddied even further to basically mean anything they don't like. So
correct.
Even lost its own definition that they gave it.
Which I totally don't get, because for decades they've been yelling at us to wake up, and now they're upset that we're woke.
No, this is a perfect example, and thank you for bringing it up. This is an example of loaded language. So what it did mean, is now been changed. Yep. The definition of the term woke, has changed to be something very negative, when in actuality, the term woke is based in something very positive and being very aware of injustice and some other things too. And there's a few other terms. So loaded language can show up in anything, and it's for the purpose of dividing us.
It's used as rhetoric.
Yes.
And there's some words, it's not always a negative word, but sometimes it has more than one definition. That word gay, it's got more than one definition to it.
Very true.
And it's not negative either.
Yes, very true. Yeah, I'm glad you added that it's not negative.
But it's just got another definition. It's not just when it comes to a relationship, it's got another definition as well.
Very true.
Happy.
Yep.
That's right. That's
even
the
word.
Interesting enough, gay as in homosexual started as a pejorative. If in the 1970s, it was reclaimed by the community.
Well, heterosexual also started out as being not quite insulting, but a negative term. It was first used in the newspapers in the 1930s to refer to couples who had sex with no intention of producing children.
Heterosexual?
Yep.
heterosexual people
I think
were
I think my are you using the right term there?
with no intention of having children.
Yeah.
Does that mean the
It's-
culture at that time was kind of like the only purpose of sex was
Yeah,
to
well,
produce children?
Because of the influence of the Catholic Church, yeah, that you weren't supposed to enjoy sex. The only point of doing it was to produce children.
Oh my.
So if
Okay.
people were doing it just as recreation,
I'm not
that was
sure-
horribly sinful.
I'm not
Well,
sure if it's
well,
right.
thank you for
Well, but
sharing
okay.
that. Thank you for sharing that, Purple. Bye.
So I wanted to say thank you for everybody that showed up tonight in the chat and on the show, and any of you that listen later. Thank you for showing up and listening to what we talked about tonight. I really, really appreciate your presence and the things that are shared in the chat, the comments that are left later. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much for the interaction. And I just want you all to know that I appreciate you and that this is truly a highlight of my week. Part of my week this week is getting to be part of something that Purple has put together amongst atheists and humanists. Actually put something together to make sure that on Christmas Day, all over the globe, nobody would have to be alone. So I was very honored to get to be a part of that this year.
Yeah, we
And I'm
we
looking
assemble
forward to it.
dozens of content creators and run a
Mhm.
48-hour relay marathon.
It was just, yeah, it was very thoughtful, very caring, a true concern. Yeah. Sometimes negative atheists might get a bad rap, but I just wanted to share that during the time of a Christian holiday, there was actually care and concern for anyone, And I wanted to thank you for that, Purple. And thank you for the people that joined me during the time I got to spend, like you, Grey Wolf. So thank you for the two of you who joined me. That was very cool.
Well, we will
So-
be doing that every year. It seems it's become such a tradition that I have to do it whether I want to or not at this point.
Yep, you can hand it off to somebody else, but I think it's a really awesome thing, and I think that there's a need for it. And I'm really thankful that before I ever met you, that this was already put together. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. So I'm wanting to say good night to everybody and enjoy
Good night,
your week.
everybody.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.